welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. I'm a student, one of the students, of Rav Michael Lightman, who is the direct disciple of Rav Baruch Shalom Halevi Ashlag, who is the son and direct disciple of Rav Yehuda Ashlag, Bala Salam, better known as the Master of the Ladder, who was acknowledged as the preeminent Kabbalist of the 20th century. I give you those credentials because there is such a thing as a teaching lineage within Kabbalah, and what we are going to speak about is authentic Kabbalah. And we're going to give you a perspective, not of scholars, but of practitioners, people who are Kabbalists. And in this series, you'll get not only an overview of authentic Kabbalah, but also the keys, the basic concepts, the ways of approaching this wisdom so that it can open to you. Because it is a way of study, a way of thinking, and a way of feeling very different from our normal sense of things. And it requires, as any skill does, a mastery of the basics. And in our series of 20 or so lessons, we will cover all of the ones that are important for you to know. But let's start with an overview of Kabbalah, because there's a great deal of confusion about it. There's a lot of information about Kabbalah out there. There are, I think, maybe 1,000 books a year are published on the subject. And almost none of them have anything to do at all with Kabbalah. They're just some kind of a mishmash of people's imaginations of what they think it could be, what it should be, their intuition, their imagination. And it's not their fault. There's a great longing to know what Kabbalah actually is, because there is a sensation that it's important, that it's powerful, and that it has a grasp of something that is hidden in this world. It's called a hidden science for 3 reasons. 1, it has been purposely hidden by the practitioners of Kabbalah themselves, by the Kabbalists. Kabbalah started 4,000 years ago with Abraham, around the year 1947, 1948, before the Common Era. And for that period of time, 2,000 years until the beginning of the Common Era, the destruction of the Second Temple, it was not hidden. It was widely taught. You know the stories of Abraham sitting in the door of his tent and welcoming travelers to come and he would show his hospitality. Well, what he was actually doing was he was feeding them and he was teaching them about the wisdom of Kabbalah. And the type of souls that lived at that time in this world were a little bit more refined than the souls that live now, and they understood it more naturally. But something occurred at the beginning of the Common Era, at the destruction of the Temple, that made it impossible for people of that generation and for the 2,000 years that followed to really understand anything in Kabbalah. That's the point at which religions appeared. That's the point at which speculation about how this world works, what the universe is, what the Creator is, and so on, grew up in the imaginations of people according to a particular principle that leapt to the forefront within the human being in their development. And this quality within people prevented them from understanding. And so the Kabbalists hid it. So if you don't have access to something, you still have the books. The problem is that it's also called a hidden wisdom because the books themselves are written in a very special language, unbeknownst to the people who are reading them. All the books of Kabbalah are written in a language called language of branches, in which they use words from our world, objects, cup, book, table, family, travels, wars, all of these things that you see in the 5 books of Moses and all the other Kabbalistic books, but they're not speaking of anything in this world. Not a single word of any Kabbalistic book is referring to anything in this world. It only refers to the forces above which create and sustain the things that appear in this world. And so the Kabbalists used a special language that would indicate that what they were really speaking about. And only a student who had attained a certain wisdom would be able to understand and hear it that way. Now, you have to understand that the world that we live in is not a world of causes. It's a world of outcomes. There is nothing that we do in this world that has any effect whatsoever on the upper world where our source comes from, where the things that we see in this world take their roots. No physical action has any effect on it. And that's why any of the things that we do in order to solve our problems here in this world have any effect whatsoever on their outcome. Only a connection to the roots, to the causal level of things, can have any effect whatsoever. And this is what Kabbalah deals with. Our reality as a whole is structured in such a way that there is a world that exists above, so to speak, and a world that exists below. And the language of branches points to what exists in the world below. It speaks about this object, let's say a family. You'll read about it in the Torah. And the Torah appears to be the story of the Jewish people. Well, a family will move to a location called a land. But the Kabbalists are not speaking about this at all. They're speaking about the abstract forces above that actually create these things and make them occur. And only a wise student can understand what's really going on here. This is the branch level, and this is the root level. So, unless a person learns how to read and understand the key to this language called language of branches, they will continue to see things as they exist in this world. So, as a result of those two aspects of hiddenness of Kabbalah, and because of a lack of contact with the teaching lineage and the real methodology, people have still needed to know, but they've had to fantasize, they've had to make concoctions of things, and they've gone according to what they could understand without a correct teaching and without the proper inner properties that would allow them to understand it. And so a lot of myths have grown up. Now we will deal with these in a little more detail when we talk about some of the other basic concepts of Kabbalah, but just a couple of the major ones are that that Kabbalah is Jewish mysticism. Well, it is neither a religion nor is it mysticism. Kabbalah predates religion. Religion is a phenomenon of disconnection from the upper force, of speculation and a misunderstanding of Kabbalah, even though it has a formal similarity with it. Because the Kabbalists created halacha, they created the books that we study and consider to be holy books, and our traditions and so on come from them, but the purpose, the meaning of them, what the books are actually written for and what they speak about, we are not very well in touch with these things. So the relationship with Judaism is like Kabbalah and amnesia. Now, as far as mysticism goes, Kabbalah is a science. It is not a mysticism. It's a way of making a direct connection with things that seem to us magical and unfathomable only because we, in our current state of awareness, don't understand how they work. And it's the same as if you brought a lighter to some tribe that lived on a desert island that had never seen any technology at all. You would be the god of fire, some mystical creature that can produce fire out of your hand. I mean, it's simply a matter of what is hidden and what is revealed. That it's magic. Well, magic implies the using of hidden upper forces in order to manipulate people to get what you want and to cause certain outcomes for your benefit or against other people and so on. But it's impossible to make any contact with the upper forces at all unless a person changes their moral inner nature. The attainment within Kabbalah is a matter of inner transformation, and it is impossible to be in contact with the forces without that. So this simply has nothing to do with anything except somebody's vivid imagination. that only a few people are allowed to study Kabbalah, and there are conditions. The conditions being you have to be Jewish. This is not so, because the Kabbalists all along taught people who were not Jewish by birth. Some of the greatest Kabbalists, in fact, were Gentiles, people of other nations. Onkelos, Rabbi Akiva. The list goes on, and all Kabbalists took students who were worthy students, but not based on some kind of physical attribute, but on an inner attribute that is called Yehud or Yehud. And we'll explain that later. That you have to have you have to have mastered preliminary wisdom, Gemara, Mishnah, and so on before you can study Kabbalah well. If you don't understand what's written in Torah or Gemara, then you're not going to understand Kabbalah either. So it's not that you need these preliminary wisdoms, it's that if you cannot find spirituality in these preliminary wisdoms, you must move to books that talk directly about spirituality in a way that they can't be mistaken for things of this world, like the language in which the Torah is written, or the language of stories, Agada, and so on. And amulets and protection and the use of number and letter manipulations in order to create stuff and to protect people from evil. Well, this is the complete and total opposite of what Kabbalah deals with. In fact, it's completely forbidden. It's considered idolatry that one should use the upper forces for some selfish personal reason here. And besides that, there is nothing to be protected from. So holy water, amulets, red strings, and so on are psychological things, and they have absolutely nothing to do with Kabbalah. And finally, there's the mixture of Kabbalah with Eastern religions, where since we didn't know anything, we made an association with Buddhism or with aspects of Hinduism that deal openly with spirituality, and that's only because spirituality from the books of the Kabbalists were not open. However, that's changed. As of 1995, all books of the Kabbalah were open. The only requirement for Kabbalah to be accepted as a student and to feel and that you should feel safe and comfortable in looking at Kabbalah and seeking the thing that you need, the only requirement for becoming a student of Kabbalah is that you have a need for it. That your answers as to why things happen and to the meaning of your life and your role in it, if these things cannot be answered anywhere else, that's the requirement. And all the great Kabbalists have said so. From the time of the Arion, he said the only requirement was this desire. Rav Kook, who was himself a great Kabbalist, and even the chief rabbi of Jerusalem, when he was asked who can study Kabbalah, he said everyone. So it's not so. And finally, my favorite is that if you study Kabbalah, you'll go mad. It's my favorite because it's like everything else, it's just the way that things appear. The kinds of inner changes that a person goes through as a result of attainment in Kabbalah, of the understanding and connection with reality. The pleasure that they get, the source of the pleasure that they get, is very different from a normal way of thinking. It's opposite because it is the kind of thought that exists in the spiritual world. So to somebody who has an opposite goal from spirituality, a person may appear insane. But not really. So the third reason that the Kabbalah is called a hidden science is because it deals with what is hidden from our five senses. It answers a question that can't be answered any other way. It answers basically, what is the meaning of life? And this is a deep and a severe question, because for a person who has this question, who cannot find the answer in what their traditions tell them, in what their science tells them, in what art and literature tells them, in what psychology tells them, a person who simply cannot be satisfied with anything but the answer to this question, what is the meaning of my life? This is a person who is ready to sense beyond the five senses. The books of Kabbalah tell us that we live in the whole of reality. There is a totality of reality, and that's where we actually exist. Except that we have no sense of that. We have a completely restricted sense of what we are and where we are. So much so that we don't know what will happen in the next moment of our lives. We do not know why things happen, when they happen, where we came from, where we are, and where we're going. There exists a complete and total reality. And this reality is divided and reduced into a system called worlds. By means of 5 worlds, the complete reality, an unending light, becomes reduced to a brightness by which we can perceive. This first world is called the world of Adam Kadmon. The next world is Atzilut. The next is Beria. Then the world of Yetzirah. Then Asiya. You can think of these as levels of consciousness. Closeness or distance as it descends from this complete reality, from connection and awareness to it, until finally we reach a disconnecting point called Mahsom, or the barrier. These are spiritual worlds, and below this barrier is our world. Here we have absolutely no sensation of the spiritual worlds, of the place that we actually live and where we came from. Here we have limited sensations that are called corporal or physical. This complete light and whole of reality, by which if we knew this and was connected with it, we would be able to direct our destiny. We would stop making mistakes. We would understand the forces that guide us. We would become connected with them to such a degree that we would be able to live life in its fullest and for the benefit of all life. And yet, just as Kabbalah itself has been hidden from us, so has this force, this complete reality, been purposely hidden from us, reduced through these levels by a system of 125 steps into this world. What Kabbalah is meant for is to allow a person to trace their steps from descent into this world back through 125 steps all the way to our root in the spiritual world, our source and connection with the total of reality. But in order for us to be able to achieve that, this benevolent force, which we call the Creator, has purposely created a system for us. In other words, this map of creation is not the end of creation, it's the halfway point. It's a process by which we descended from our roots in the spiritual world to the state that we're in now in order to fulfill the plan of the creation itself, in order to rejoin this total of reality. All of the books of Kabbalah, including our Torah, Mishnah, and Gemara, speak only about the states that are found at these levels, both of the reduction as our soul fell from this complete connection, and of the states that we find on the ascent back up. And the method of Kabbalah is the means by which a person can begin to sense and enter the spiritual world. Now, in order to do that, a person needs to be taught what they are made of, what it is that prevents them from the entry into this world, and how they can gain a sense of the spiritual again. And this takes a very special material, very directly created for the purpose of allowing a person to enter the spiritual world. So the books of Kabbalah are written in the language of branches, and they're very difficult for us to understand. It's no wonder that we have great difficulty being able to use them on the surface level to learn anything about how we can enter this higher reality. But the great gift of Kabbalah is that in our generation, since 1995, when the wisdom was opened to the world as a whole and to those who really need it, special books have been prepared for us. These books were written, commentaries written by Bala Salam and by Rabash, his son and his disciple, that for the first time were not written for people, Kabbalists already in the spiritual world. They were written for people who wish to enter the spiritual world. They're written in a special language that allows a person to get a foothold on the first rung of the ladder. And it's from these books, in the lessons to come, that we are going to take our sources. We are going to look at what the quality is that keeps us out of the spiritual world, what it is that allows us to enter the spiritual world, and the method revealed in the science of Kabbalah through the works of Bala Salam. The wisdom of Kabbalah teaches a practical method of attaining the upper world and the source of our existence. By realizing our true purpose in life, man attains perfection, tranquility, unbounded enjoyment, and the ability to transcend the limits of time and space while still living in this world. Join us next week as we begin this exciting journey. Hello and welcome again to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. In our first show, we did an overview of what Kabbalah is about, what it is and what it isn't. And if you recall, what Kabbalah is for a person who asks the question, what is the meaning of my life? So let's see where we go from here. Let's start with a definition of Kabbalah and see what that definition is and where it can lead us. Kabbalah is a wisdom, a science, that enables man, a person, to feel and know an upper reality. This is how it addresses the purpose of life, but of course it brings up questions. What is a person? What is a man? What is an upper reality? And what is it that enables a person to feel, know, and enter an upper reality? If you recall, we looked at this diagram before, in which we see that we live, our existence happens within a complete and total reality that depends on nothing, that is unbounded, in which everything is completely interconnected, that is filled with infinite pleasure, complete knowing, and contact with everything that exists in reality. And yet the Kabbalists tell us, the ones who have attained this whole system tell us that for a certain purpose, we descended from this way of existence, this way of being, through a system called worlds. Worlds are olamim, from the Hebrew word olam, which comes from the root ha'elem, which means to hide, hiddenness. And we descended from this complete connection with reality until we reached a place, a crossover point called a barrier, and our existence happens in a very, very limited way here in a place called our world. Our world is a place that has no sensation whatsoever of any of these worlds, and these are spiritual worlds, all of these. This is what's considered to be the physical world or corporality. So, if you want to know the purpose of life, the meaning of your life, it would be a good thing if you knew what the plan was. And it seems like that's an impossible thing. It's almost a source of jokes that anyone could possibly answer that question about the meaning and purpose of life. But that's where the Kabbalists start. Those who have attained this entire reality tell us that there is a plan, a blueprint for all of reality and for all of creation. They tell us that the purpose of life is to create a creature and to fill that creature with unbounded delight. To create a creature and to fill the creature with unbounded delight. That is the complete and total meaning, purpose, direction of everything that ever can occur, will occur, only happens for that purpose. In that thought, in that intention, in that thought behind all of creation, all of the rules for everything that would occur were set down. All the principal laws that govern the spiritual and physical worlds, all are rooted in that one thought. And nothing that happens in this world happens for any other reason than in order to create a creature and bring that creature to unbounded delight. So, what is it that keeps a person out of the spiritual world? What is a person? Well, we have to understand how our perception of this reality, the way in which we perceive reality, causes a hiddenness for us. This is a person, a closed box with 5 openings. These 5 openings are our 5 senses. Now, surrounding the person is an upper reality, a complete reality, the spiritual. And from that complete reality, things approach us. That is, what appears to be an exterior reality of some sort of unformed something approaches the person, and through the 5 senses that we possess, we determine what that thing is. In other words, what does reality consist of according to my senses? So this spiritual object approaches the box, but something odd happens here. It doesn't actually enter the box. The box is a closed system, because rather than this object coming in, it hits a barrier, a kind of transducer like an eardrum or a retina or a nerve on the surface of the skin or a taste bud. And instead of getting the thing on the outside, this thing gets reduced and is passed through a program, this thing here. And as it passes through this program, it gets interpreted into something that we can understand according to certain principles within the program. Once it passes through this, it leaves our box or this machine, and what it produces is our reality. So it doesn't matter how sensitive this sensor is. Let's say it's your eye. It can be the Hubble telescope, or it could be you could be completely nearsighted and unable to see the thing directly in front of you. It doesn't matter the degree of sensitivity. What matters is the programming. What happens here within this subjective system in the machine? Whatever it is that comes into here can only be what this program says that it is. Not what this is, but a reduction that can be understood by the program. So, what is this program that limits this? This is objective reality, and this is the limited portion of it that we can perceive. This program is called egoism. It's self-concern. What's in it for me? How is this going to affect me? As a result of this, the person is locked into a subjective view of all these things, only in relation to how it feels inside of the box. And at no point does it have any sense of what really exists outside of the box. So we've got a problem because every single one of our five senses works by exactly the same program. Not one of them can tell us anything about what exists outside of that program. So in order to know what surrounds us, what the greater reality is, we need to develop an additional sense. What the Kabbalists call a sixth sense. Not the sixth sense of the lady who tells your fortune, but a sense that actually can make contact with what exists outside, that is not bounded by that kind of programming. And in order to do that, well, you have to need to do it. It's not possible to work outside, to build something outside of this box as long as we are satisfied with what's in it for me. But the thought of creation has built in it laws that bring a person to this complete fulfillment. There is a motivating force that allows us to come to the point where we need to get out of the box. And if we understand both what we are, which is the will to receive what's in this for me, that we are built as egoists, but that's okay, because it's actually what we need in order to reach this fulfillment. There's nothing wrong with it. We just have to learn how to use it, how to harness it, and how to harness the force of development that the thought of creation has provided for us. So what is it that moves things in reality? What makes things happen? Nobody does anything in this world, whether it's an inner thing or whether it is a spiritual thing that is beyond this world. Everything that happens only as a result of, well, let's look at it. You're sitting there. You're maybe shifting in your chair, where your eyes are moving to. Maybe you've picked up something to drink. Any motion that you are now involved in is happening only as a result of one calculation. That you have become uncomfortable where you are, that a need has evolved in you, has appeared, and you have moved to a new position or a new situation that you believe will bring you more pleasure than the one that you were in before. This lack and the filling of pleasure and a force of desire is what motivates everything in reality. And this will eventually take a person from the corporal world, from our perceptions of the physical world, the limitations that we experience and the suffering that goes along with it. And it will bring a person, if properly used, past that barrier and into the spiritual world in this way. We all feel desires and we feel them change, but we don't really pay attention to this system that is placed in us by nature well enough so that we can understand what it's doing for us. We all understand that our first sort of grasp of what pleasure is just survival type pleasures. The first category, we see pleasure as and require sex, food, and shelter. All of our efforts, our work, what we perceive around us, the whole goal of our lives has to do with finding and getting these things. And this is a desire that we have in common with animals. It doesn't require other people. We just need this to survive. And once we have this filled, we realize that life is about much more than that, and we can't be satisfied with it. And a second category of desires appears. This is a desire for wealth. Wealth is the accumulation of the first category, so that I'll never have to worry about it again. I will be able to control it. And once we fill this desire for wealth, we come to the feeling that, is that all there is? Something else grows in us. Now, notice that it's not simply that it's another desire that's growing, but it's a greater desire, one that encompasses the one before it. In other words, here we have a small desire and a small filling. And here we have a desire that is grown, and it requires a greater filling. And this one is incorporated in this one. So now, if I can't be filled by wealth, there's a new desire that arises in me, and that is a desire for power. This doesn't happen only to the individual in their lives, but it's happened to humanity as a whole throughout history. The whole scope of history has been the evolution of these desires. Power is the ability to control both this and this, all systems that will bring me the greatest collection of that. Now, this is political power, this is empire, this is control in my job. And once I have that, I can no longer be satisfied with it. I become empty, I feel a lack. And a fourth desire is placed inside of me, a greater, expanded desire for something that encompasses all of that, and that is knowledge. Knowledge is the barrier, in a sense, of what it is that we define as the physical world. These desires, 1, 2, 3, and 4, all have to do with what we perceive as pleasure, that is, what we are being filled with and what we want, what will satisfy us. Well, knowledge is science, it is religion, it's art, it's the pinnacle of what we consider to be what humanity could possibly achieve. And yet anybody who seriously delves into this very great desire and attempts to fill it eventually discovers that this is empty as well, that there are no answers in science for the real causes of things. Because there's no answer to purpose. There's only mechanical answers, and the answers only have to do with these desires. Religion, though it gives us beliefs, cannot give us access to what it is that we really want, a direct knowledge. And so once a person becomes empty as a result of having this fulfilled, something very different and very special happens. A new desire arises. But this desire is not a desire from this world. This is a desire placed within our heart, which is the sum of all desires that we have, both for this world and for what's beyond it. A desire is placed in us from a completely other level of development, from the greater reality. And what appears inside of our heart is a point in the heart. That's what the Kabbalists call it. This point is a part of the greater reality. It has an aspect of spirituality which, if this desire becomes fulfilled, unlike these, it grows continually until it fills our entire experience, our entire existence, and can bring us into the spiritual world. So, what is an upper reality? Well, the Kabbalists who have attained the totality of reality tell us that it consists of a particular quality. They tell us that we are created in exact opposite phase to the quality that exists in the upper worlds, and this is why we cannot perceive what's there. It appears as though there's nothing there at all. We know from the drawing that what we consist of, what the man or the person or the creature consists of, is egoism. That's what's inside of the box. And what's inside of the box is called the will to receive. And this will to receive makes us experience limited existence, makes us experience suffering, isolation, and all of the things that we find difficult about life. And what exists outside of this in the non-subjective condition of egoism is an objective reality that the Kabbalists tell us is the will to bestow. The will to bestow is unconditional altruism. In other words, the experience out here is unlimited existence, unbounded pleasure, and delight. And yet we can't feel this because we have no means to get there, or do we? There is a quality of the spiritual world that differs also in its quality from the physical world. In the physical world, movement, what would get us from one place to another, is purely mechanical. That is, I can take two objects that are completely different in their form, even in their purpose, and I can draw them close together mechanically, and I can say, we have closeness here. But in the spiritual world, things can only be considered to be close under completely different conditions because there is no time and there is no space. There's nothing mechanical there. The Kabbalists tell us that the spiritual world is made up only of feeling states, of spheres of influence that have to do with certain attributes, qualities, inner qualities, and that all movement in spirituality consists of similarity or dissimilarity between two feeling states or two qualities. In other words, we can see this in friendship. If my friend takes a certain delight in comedy and I don't care for comedy, I'm just a serious person, then it's not very likely that we're going to be very close friends. If I hate comedy, then we are considered to be distant. But if I love comedy and I love the same comedians and the same films that they did, then in this respect of the love of comedy, my friend and I are close in that feeling. In other words, in spirituality, if two attributes, two feelings are similar, they're considered to be close. If they are different, they're considered to be distant. But, and this is the most beautiful and precious thing for us, the thing that can actually move us from the physical into the spiritual, and that is that if they have exactly the same quality and purpose and intention, then they are the same thing. They are bonded, connected. And it's this law called the law of equivalence of form that can get us from our egoistic state of separation to be able to build an additional sense that can feel what's outside. What we need to do is to build within us a similar frequency, a similar quality, an additional sense that has a quality of this bestowal within it. Though we're not yet capable of perceiving it in its simplicity, the Kabbalists tell us that there are only two things that exist in reality. There is only the Creator and the creature. Everything that we perceive is simply the quality of the Creator and the qualities of the creature. The Creator is the upper world, and the creature is the lower world. The quality of the Creator is the will to bestow. The quality of the creature is the will to receive. This is all that exists. And getting out of the box means that what we need to do is to move in spiritual space. And moving in spiritual space means to change this quality, the will to receive, of the quality of the creature, to become more and more similar to the quality of the Creator. The way in which all of reality has been hidden from us through a descent through these worlds, well, these worlds are only made up of ratios of the will to receive against the will to bestow. And the entire ladder by which we descended into this world can be climbed simply by changing our inner quality of reception, egoism, the desire to receive from myself, to greater and greater ratios of the will to bestow rather than the will to receive. So each one of these steps of the ladder, are increasing ratios of the will to bestow over the will to receive. And by this increase in similarity, by being able to feel what the quality of bestowal actually is, what it means to love and support everything that exists, and to build that similarity in myself, that is what Kabbalah deals with. It's a method of being able to sense bestowal and to create an inner similarity to this quality. And this is what we will continue to investigate as we look at the keys to the hidden wisdom. Join us again. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. Last time, we spoke about the force of development, the progression of desires, the way in which reality moves us along a path of development. We spoke about the quality that is the definition of the upper worlds, the spiritual worlds, the quality that is the definition of the physical world, and what it is about the way that we perceive that makes the spiritual worlds the greater reality hidden from us. We looked at the progression of desires. We saw that there were 4 categories of desires that are considered physical, and that because of the thought of creation, which is to create a creature and to bring that creature to unbounded delight, it must progress by means of what the creature finds delightful. And so all expression of development from the thought of creation is expressed through a lack and a filling. And we saw that desires progressed from simple desires, animal desires for sex, for shelter, food, family. And when that was filled, we moved on to a greater desire, which is a desire for wealth, which is an accumulation of the first one. And when that feels empty to us because we are still feeling something driving us, something that's pushing us ahead, something that's pulling us forward, we feel that thing as a kind of a taste, as something that we must have, and we move towards it. And once we have it, we can't taste it anymore. But this is the force of development moving us on. And from wealth, we move on to fame, power. Once we fill that, we're moved on by our emptiness into knowledge. And then once we find knowledge empty, we find ourselves in a confusing situation in which nothing from this world can satisfy us. And if you recall, it's at that point at which a completely new level of development becomes accessible to us. So, when that special desire enters the heart from the spiritual, which is qualities of the will to bestow, it changes everything within the human heart. And the human heart, when you hear the term heart in Kabbalah, it means the sum total of all desires that a person has. This heart is still filled with desires that come from the physical world. These are still the things from categories 1, 2, 3, and 4. This desire, which is a desire to reach the spiritual, is called Israel, from two Hebrew words, yashar, meaning straight, and el, meaning God. A desire for a direct connection with God. These corporal desires are called nations, the nations of the world. In other words, the desires of the physical world. Up until this point, the force of development, the way in which desire moved us until we came to a point where we actually needed to feel what was above the physical world, happened in an unconscious way. But from now on, it has to happen in a conscious way, because this point in the heart is a spiritual gene. It's like the embryo of the soul, and the soul is a kind of a desire. And it must be filled, the heart must be filled with this desire. It must fill everything despite these other corporal desires. In other words, all of the desires that we have to undergo a transformation, a correction. And it's by correcting these desires that the desire to go directly to God can be fulfilled. Now, why is that? In our original state, at the root of our soul, we were connected to the Creator as the Creator and the creature. In fact, these are the only two things that exist in creation, the Creator and the creature. And here we were adhered to the Creator as one being, as one unified creature. But because of the thought of creation, which is to create a creature and fill it with delight, that was only the starting point. It was the beginning of a system. And this quality of the creature, which is the will to receive, started to expand purposely. And as a result of the expansion of this quality, of this desire to receive for myself alone, a greater diversity in quality started to grow between the quality of the Creator, which is bestowal, and the quality of the creature, which is reception. And as this egoistic intention expanded, the first creature, the whole creature, the collective soul called Adam Harishon, meaning the first man, descended through a system of worlds, through 125 steps, to greater and greater egoism until the soul reached a point in which it became separated into what appears to be physicality. That is, the collective soul was shattered into 600,000 parts, each one of these parts having a piece of the original, each one of these parts a desire. Now, because this is a process, and this is only the halfway point, this broken, shattered aspect of the collective soul in which we experience isolation, separation from each other, a kind of antagonism towards each other, a desire to exploit each other, and an experience of the physical world. This is the halfway point, and it is going to be corrected. It's going to rise back up through this system of worlds, back into this state of adhesion with the Creator, but it can't do it all at once. So purposely, it was broken into 600,000 parts. Each one of these parts was likewise broken down into 613 desires. That is, each individual desire within Adam Harishon consists of 613 desires that can be corrected. The parts are small enough. It's like dividing a huge treasure and giving a coin to each person, knowing that each one will return this quality of bestowal, this point in the heart that's placed inside of it, can be trusted to bring that point back to its origin and put the treasure back together as a collective once again. So in the point in the heart of the individual who begins to feel this desire for spirituality, this coin from the treasury of the king, plus the 612 other desires that exist in the heart, must be transformed bit by bit to resemble to a greater degree the quality of the Creator, to reverse this process. Now the thing is, this process of the return, of the correction, of the tikkun, of the transformation, of the fulfillment of the thought of creation, it's going to happen. And all of us, all 600,000 pieces of the collective soul, are going to rejoin and are going to ascend from physical, selfish perceptions and a world of suffering back into a complete whole interrelationship with each other in such a way that we reach the goal of creation, which is adhesion to the Creator and the complete filling and of the greatest unbounded desire. It's going to happen. But the question is, will it happen consciously with our agreement, or will we be pushed to it? You see, there's one goal, and the goal is assured, but there are two paths to the goal. One path is called the path of pain, and the other path is called the path of Torah and mitzvot. Now, the path of pain is the path that we're all already on. It's not even really a path. It's what we see as the slow, grinding evolution of humanity that we call history. It is a kind of clinging to our physical way of perceiving, to the characteristic that we really need to transform. And as a result of this non-conscious involvement with the process of development, we find ourselves being pushed by events. We see catastrophes, we see tsunamis, we see wars, we have personal experiences in our lives, experiences of pain, experiences of suffering that are caused only by the lack of conscious involvement with the process of the development of desires and their correction. Now this path can go on and on and on, and it's disastrous. Once the point in the heart appears in a person, though, it becomes a conscious involvement. And this is the path of Torah and mitzvot. Torah means instruction by the light. And mitzvot means a transformation of a quality of one of the 613 desires from its egoistic expression to its altruistic expression. Every event that happens in our lives is really a mitzvah, a possibility for transformation being presented to us. Now, when I say the word mitzvah, I don't mean like the physical commandments where you are instructed to do a certain thing and there's a list of all these things in the Shulchan Aruch and the table of the Jewish law and so on. Do this physical thing. Now, I'm not saying don't do the physical thing. But what I mean is that this is an inner correction. It's a correction of desire. So whether you do the external good deed, whether it's a religious good deed or whether it's something that we consider to be something nice for somebody else, you can do any external deed and you can be filled with hatred and selfishness. You can't measure anything by that. Talking about one of these 613 desires that's presented to us as an event in our life. Our entire lives are planned in such a way by this process of development to present us with the opportunity to take what we first feel as a desire to receive for myself in a given situation and transform that into its altruistic form, to try to understand what the thought of the Creator is, the thought behind giving me that situation. Because, as you remember, the only way that we progress along a spiritual space is by altering a quality within me to resemble that quality in spirituality that I want to enter. So what it is that I want to know, according to this new desire, this desire straight for the Creator, is I want to know the Creator. I want to have a direct sensation. I want to feel in my desires, in the tangible things that occur in my life, What is the thought of the one, of the upper one, of that upper level that gave me this perfectly structured situation, that gave me this opportunity, like a birthday present, for me to take it first in its corrupted form, and by analyzing this and seeing what it is, feeling what his thought is behind it. That's a mitzvah. That's tikkun. That's transformation. These 125 states by which we descended from our connection to the complete reality down into our separated status as individual people and desires, these 125 steps are also completely encompassed by these 613 mitzvot. So that the correction of these transformations will bring the individual all the way back up the ladder. Another feature of this is that each and every level of descent is imprinted in us as a gene. Every point by which a greater and greater degree of the will to receive was added is remembered by us like breadcrumbs on a path. And this being the first spiritual gene, this point in the heart, our access to ascent, is actually the entry point on a chain of spiritual genetics called reshimot, remembrances. And all of the events that happen in our lives that bridge us between these 613 transformations of the will to receive to the will to bestow, that bond us to the Creator, each event is laid out for us in a perfect pattern so that we have the opportunity to recognize what it is that we need to do. Now, this action of correction and transformation, this tikkun, is not done by us. It's done as a result of a desire that we have to make this contact with spiritual light. And as a result of the desire that we have, the work is done by the light. It's an action done on us by surrounding light. The Zohar says, when a person comes to purify themselves, they're help from above. In other words, it's as a result of a gut-level need that used to be a need for those four corporal desires being transformed into a greater and greater need to know what the quality of bestowal actually is. We can't reach this ourselves. This work is called the work of God, not because we go out there like a bunch of nice soldiers and do the job that God assigned us. It's because the work itself of transformation, purification, tikkun, is done on us by the light as a result of an expanding desire. But don't be confused by the word light. Don't think of it as a physical thing. Remember that the quality of the spiritual world is a quality of attributes. It's a quality of intention, feeling states. And if you want to feel the contrast between your intention and the intention of the light, then you can't simply have a desire and have it filled directly by some kind of pleasure, the way that we do that in the physical world. In order to feel the difference between our state and the state of the light, my intention and the intention of the light, it's necessary to have a sensor, something that can feel the light. And this sensor must be an intention. It's called a screen. This is what we referred to in our last show as the additional sense, the sixth sense. Now, this screen acts as a resonator, a contrast point between the desire that sends this which is given by the light, and rather than having it just go directly in, it hits this screen and it causes a sensation of difference between the intention here and the intention here. And this screen, or mesach, this is the tool. This is the way in which we can turn the will to receive, which is our matter, and the only tool that we have to work with, into something very different. We can begin to feel and receive the light only according to an intention that matches the intention of the spiritual world. Now, we'll deal with this more later. But what happens when this can actually occur, when the feeling in here and the intention in the screen is the same as the intention in the light? This is called a corrected desire. And this contrast creates a need in us, the right need, a particular need. It builds a lack in a particular direction. It makes us want to feel what we don't have, and that is the sensation of the light, the thought, the intention behind the light. And it moves us in the intended direction of greater and greater correction. Every time that a desire moves in transformation from its corrupted form into its perfected form, a transformation from its will to receive to the will to bestow, this puts us in touch with eternity. It connects us more and more to the thought behind the entire process. And not only does it do that for this one particular desire and for one individual, but as a result of the connection and the interconnection in Adam HaRishon, that part of person number one, that desire within person number one, like a hologram, becomes corrected in each one of the other desires and reconnects them to each other. So it raises not only the person who does the correction, but their entire world, so that our perception of our reality, the reason that things happen, the thought behind it, whether or not good and bad things are occurring, this changes. A person can feel the total goodness behind the guidance of the entire system and is no longer fooled by physical ideas of what's good and evil. This perception of the love behind the process is really what enlightenment is. Now we see good and bad events surrounding us, things that we want to happen and things that we feel should not happen. And this sense that we do something right or we do something wrong, that we make a certain act and we're punished for it, that there is a good force and a bad force in reality, this is not reality. This is the way that it appears to the will to receive. And enlightenment means that we can see, despite anything that appears to us, what the real unifying thought is behind that. Join us next time when we look at the force of development, the reason for suffering, and how we can rise above that. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. Previously, we learned about the blueprint for reality, the thought of creation, the action of the Creator, the quality of the upper world, what spirituality is. This thought of creation, which is to create a creature and to fill this creature with unbounded delight, is the only reason that anything ever occurs. And everything that appears in our life is as a result of this. It's either it comes from it and it's on its way to the fulfillment of it, whether we can perceive that quality or not. And this is the problem that we have. Because we think in the deepest question that we have about our life and our inability to feel where we are and where we're going comes from the fact that we must ask, if the Creator is completely good and only does good, then why is it that we see evil? Why are there bad events? In order to investigate this question, the Kabbalists set for us a boundary on how we should investigate in order to get a real answer and not get confused. Bala Salam tells us that there's a rule in Kabbalah, and that is what cannot be attained cannot be named. What does that mean? The goal that we want to reach is a direct sensation of the Creator, not an idea, not some kind of an intellectualization, because there's no real answer in an intellectualization. You can't feel confident about an idea. You must be able to feel it within you in the same way that you feel where your feet stand or as you look at something that's before you. It must be tangible. Only there is a real change in perception, not in ideas or abstractions. Man cannot really understand the events in his life because man rejects half of all reality. Half of everything that occurs that is considered by him to be bad, man rejects. And that's because of an inner programming that we have, which is the will to receive. That will to receive functions as a guidance system. That is, we're completely controlled by it. And all that it's doing is it's either attracting us to something that we find delightful, that we find pleasure, and that we consider to be good, or we are running away from something that does not give us pleasure, that gives us emptiness. So we flee from that. We are constantly looking only for those things that are considered to be good. So our perception of what the purpose of both of these events are is faulty, because our attention is never on the whole of the picture. It's always only on a small part of the picture, because we're looking at it from within the level of the problem itself. And this is a huge problem for us, because all perception, as we can see just in simple nature, comes only as a result of contrast. We only know cold by its opposite, heat. We only know up when we relate it to down. If we look just at the quality of heat in itself, if there was nothing opposite it, if it had no opposite quality, it would be, in essence, we wouldn't be able to feel anything in it. If there was no movement, no way to measure anything, what could we know about heat? There would be nothing there. There would simply be no sensation. So this comparison between what we consider to be good and why we consider it to be good, and what we experience as bad and why we consider it to be bad, this is the thing that needs to be measured. We need to have something that is not a sliding scale. And it may not seem so to us because we're blinded by this inability to incorporate the greater scope of reality. But all of our evaluation of good and evil from within the will to receive is completely subjective. It's a totally sliding scale. That is, we can say that certain events that we see are considered to be evil, but if you really look at it profoundly, if you look at what your true responses are, and here this is what is meant by only what can be attained can be named, you have to look at the actual experience. Take, for example, the tsunami disaster. There were 400,000 people killed in that disaster. And everybody, if you poll them, will say, this is horrible. The loss of life was terrible. The suffering of others was terrible. It's almost unimaginable, the scope of this, biblical scope of destruction, evil. But what happens if you happen to be one of the owners of the companies that gets to rebuild the resorts in those areas? It's the best thing that has happened to you in 5 years. So, what did you really experience? Can you say, according to your idea, that, oh, I should feel this way about it, and therefore the idea of what's good is this, and the idea of what's bad is this? No, you must go by what you actually feel. If you measure something else, you're measuring something imaginary. Now, sometimes we can see this fact that something that we would first take as a bad experience, we can understand as a good experience when we look at the levels of life below us. If we look at something like a forest fire, and we see a tremendous amount of damage done, we can look at that situation and we can say, well, you know, it was bad for the trees, but in the larger scope of things, what's going to happen is there was a purpose to this. There's going to be a thicker growth. We're going to have, maybe there'll be a more diverse forest, a thicker forest, and the things that were preventing its successful growth are now changed. And the only reason that we can see a disaster as a good thing is because we look at it as a process. We see the larger arc of development on the levels of life below us. Below us, there are levels of still or inanimate. There's the vegetative level, there is the animal level, and there is the human level that we live on. Unfortunately, this level is just a complex animal. And in order to be able to see what is happening to us and the programming and the instinctive level and the larger scope of what's happening to us in our lives, not to see just a single cross-section where we don't understand the plan or the vector, the way in which things are progressing towards the goal. When we look at this on the human level, we can't understand. We can't pull ourselves up by our own hair to some higher level. We have to be able to view it on a higher level, which the Kabbalists call the speaking level. Speaking level of man is where he begins to be part of the upper system and view the whole system of guidance provided by the Creator. That one force that moves us through two prongs of through the will to receive, that moves us, attracts us towards something good and repels us from something bad. If we can see it from this level above, we stop seeing the events in our lives as isolated chunks and try to name them at a place in time and space where we really have no perception of the reason for anything. So what do we do to be able to get ourselves into this higher state? How do we see from this higher point of view? Well, we can't do it ourselves. We can only do it with the aid of what is already there. We have to be able to sense what's there, and then we can become like it. Now, remember that the force of evolution is just the development of desires. And this system of upper light has arranged that we would be moved along through these desires until we came to desire precisely the right thing. But because we are involved in our development in an unconscious way, that is, not by our will are we brought into this, and not by our will do we proceed in this, until we come to the point where the awakening occurs in a person. The awakening is arranged by these events that we call good and bad. In other words, our desires continue to be developed and change so that our question becomes greater. And each of these, what we consider to be blows, make us ask the question on a deeper and deeper level. What is the real cause of suffering? Why am I suffering? And how can I stop suffering? And this force of development moves us along unconsciously until we will not settle for anything else but the answer to this question. Because the answer to the question can only come from the higher level that guides the system that makes us feel as if there are good and bad events. So now that this conscious, tangible need has happened inside the sensation of the person that no other desire can replace. Only the answer to this question, this conscious, tangible need now, the answer has a place to go. A person can receive it. But in order to know why we're suffering, we have to know what's good and what's bad. And we know that we can't feel that or measure it against a sliding scale. It can't be from within the will to receive. It has to be against something that doesn't change. And this, we know, is the quality of the Creator, which always and only gives its unconditional bestowal. And the quality of the creature is to receive, the will to receive for the self alone. It's the measurement of the contrast between these two qualities that begin to give us a sense of where we are. Because the only thing there is to feel and to sense is the Creator. The question is, how do I sense it? What do I sense it as? We live in a sea of light. That means we are always receiving delight into our vessel, our kli. This is our will to receive. And the upper light is constantly filling us with delight, that is, with a sensation which is actually a sensation of the light itself. It is always the Creator, except that it depends on what we say it is. It depends on what the dressing is, what we call this thing that's happening. All events of our life are sent to us in a way that we sense them directly as direct light. But if we feel them that way, that means that we feel them through the will to receive, and we don't know why they're being given. What we seek to do is to feel the thought inside of it. That is, what is this quality here? What is the quality of bestowal that is the Creator's intention behind giving to us in this event? How is this connected to the force of development that is bringing us to fulfillment? If we can understand and get a sensation of this, then we understand the event and we also rise to that level. And all that we seek to do in the events of life is to justify the Creator. This is what a righteous man is, what a tzaddik is. It's one who, regardless of the events of life, feels the thought behind the giving of the event, the benevolent force of the Creator's guidance. And only the difference between what we feel in our kli and what the Creator's thought is, that is, what our thought is, compared to what the Creator's thought is, this is the source of suffering. This contrast between my nature, my intention on reception of the light, and the Creator's intention on the bestowing of the light, this discrepancy causes me discomfort, suffering, and so on. This quality of bestowal, the quality of giving of the upper light, is the general law of the universe, and everything in the universe follows from that. All laws, inner and outer laws of nature, all follow from that. And it's incumbent on all life to find a balance, a homeostasis between what is outside and what's inside. So the degree to which we don't keep this law of life, that is, become like it, our world and all aspects of it suffer. Not just the man, but his surroundings, his world, his country, his family, all of reality. One of the ways of attracting the upper light that will allow us to raise to a level where we can begin to understand and sense the Creator is by the study of Kabbalistic texts. The only reason to study a Kabbalistic text is to attract the light that reforms, not for any intellectual knowledge, but for a transformation that happens within. As we begin to read this text, bring your question, the thing that you most need to know. Remember it and bring it into the reading. It doesn't matter what you understand intellectually. It only matters what you need and what you feel. This article is called There's None Else Beside Him, and it was spoken by Bala Salam, and it was recorded by his son, Rabash. It is written that there is none else beside him, meaning that there's no other power in the world with the ability to do anything against him, and what man sees, namely that there are things in the world which deny the household of above, is because he wills it so. In other words, it is purposely built that we see a system that we feel that there are good and bad events. And we feel that there is an opposing force to our good, that there's something that prevents us from feeling good. And the reason that this occurs is because the upper force itself wants this to happen. There's a purpose. It wills it so because there is no other force that can actually make this occur. And it is deemed a correction called the left rejects and the right adducts, meaning that that which the left rejects is considered correction. This means that there are things in the world which from the beginning aim to divert a person from the right way, and they reject him from holiness. He's saying here that this experience of not being able to sense the Creator directly, of this feeling of this force pushing us away, this is called the correction. This is a force by which something occurs that allows us to transform. It's part of this system of guidance. And it's called that the left rejects, that is, pushes away, and the right adducts, draws closer to the Creator. We're speaking here about a person who wishes to feel the Creator, not just the normal events of life, even though they're structured the same way because all of the levels of nature work by exactly the same principle. But this means that there are things in the world which from the beginning aim to divert a person from the right way, and they reject him from holiness. That means when a person desires to feel a sensation of the Creator, to know the laws that govern their life, to taste holiness, which is kedusha, which means to be separated, to be apart. That quality of kedusha is the quality of the will to bestow. It is completely separated from this world. It is completely above it. So there are things that are purposely in the system that cause a person not to be able to sense this holiness. And the benefit from these rejections is that through them a person receives a need and a complete desire for God to help him. This pushing away, once there is a desire, once there is an intention to know the Creator, this pushing away does what we have seen in the whole system of nature. It causes a need. It means that there's a specific need that is being built, not a need for this or that thing, for cars, for wealth, for food, for sex, for knowledge, for power. No, it's building a particular need. The benefit from these rejections is that through them a person receives a need and a complete desire for God to help him. The desire that's being built is the desire directly for God, directly to God. Yasher Kel. The desire directly for what is above. Since he sees that otherwise he's lost. In other words, they need a connection with the higher force that guides everything. Not only does he not progress in his work, but he sees that he regresses. That is, the more one needs this, the more the light exposes the difference between his inner condition and the state of the light. This is called the revelation of evil. What do we need this for? We need this because this is our means of measurement. It's by the contrast that we know something. We measure the scope of love, the completeness of the thought of creation, against the barrier in which we begin to sense our own nature. So not only is the nature of the Creator and the upper world revealed to us through this process of contrast, our own nature is revealed. And the greater the desire to receive grows, specifically with this desire to receive contact with the Creator, the greater the amount of the sensation of the Creator can fill it. Not only does he not progress in his work, but he sees that he regresses. In other words, he sees the difference between him and the Creator, and he lacks the strength to observe Torah and mitzvot, even not for her name. That is, a person feels that not only can they not sense the Creator directly, but they can't even fool themselves that they're doing it for any reason in order to reach the Creator. They feel the greatest degree of difference, but this is a blessing because it's by the expansion of the will to receive and its correction that we actually progress. That only genuinely overcoming all of the obstacles above reason, he can observe Torah and mitzvot. That is, not by his strength, not by his knowledge, not by any kind of ideas or theories, but only by the tangible reception of the light, which has got to be above his reason. This connection is above the will to receive and all the thoughts connected in how to get those things that we want. This force that we experience as good and bad events are the left and the right hand of the Creator that guide us by means of ups and downs through the normal events of our lives, if properly understood. Once we have this desire to go directly to God, no matter what it is that occurs in our life, with this desire, then this one particular need grows until it can eventually encompass and swallow the entire imaginary world and bring us into a complete contact with reality. This is just a taste of the beauty of these articles. We will continue our discovery of what exists within these articles and within Kabbalah. Join us again. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. Let's begin by reading a quote from Bala Salam from the Introduction to Talmud Eser Sephirot, the study of the 10 Sephirot. He says, "Therefore, we must ask, why then did the Kabbalists obligate each person to study the wisdom of Kabbalah? Indeed, there's a great thing in it, worthy of being publicized. There is a wonderful, invaluable remedy to those who engage in the wisdom of Kabbalah, although they do not understand what they're learning. Through the yearning and the great desire to understand what they're learning, they awaken upon themselves the lights that surround their souls. While one has not attained perfection, these lights that are destined to reach him are considered surrounding lights. That means that they stand ready, and they wait for one to purify one's vessels of reception. At that time, these lights will clothe the able vessels. Hence, even when one does not have the vessels, when one engages in this wisdom, mentioning the names of the lights and the vessels related to one's soul, they immediately shine upon us to a certain measure. However, they shine for him without clothing the interior of his soul, for lack of the able vessels to receive them. Despite that, the illumination one receives time after time during the engagement draws upon one grace from above, imparting one with abundance of sanctity and purity, which bring one much closer to reaching perfection." In this lesson, we will look at the 4 phases of the creation of a creature. This is the macro template for everything that exists in creation, the way in which the creation came into being, the way in which a creature is created, and the way in which everything that stems from that is created in every aspect of the creation. Here's what the Kabbalists tell us. First of all, we need to know that there are secrets of Torah, but we are not going to speak of these secrets, and they are above our ability to convey them. No Kabbalistic book talks about the secrets of Torah, only about the tastes of Torah. These secrets are called his essence, or atzmuto. It's forbidden to speak about this. What forbidden means is that it is impossible. There are no words for this. We have no kalim for it. This can only be known by attainment. We start here. We start with the Creator. The Kabbalists tell us that the initial thought of the Creator, those who have attained this level, tell us that everything began with an intention. And this intention is to create a creature and to bring pleasure to the creature. This is what's called Hina Shorish. This is the root of all reality. Now, since this will to create a creature and to give that creature pleasure is the initial thrust of the creation, immediately what occurred is that there was a will to receive this pleasure. So this thought is now what we call light. And this is a will to receive. This is our vessel. This is the initial creature. This phase is one in which the total light of creation fills a vessel capable of holding the entire light. But this vessel is almost nullified against that. It's so incorporated with it that really these things came into existence at the same time, and they depend on each other completely. You have here a giving force, the desire to give, that presses into a reception and creates this opposite desire, the desire to receive. These things are locked together. They are sort of part and parcel of the same idea, but opposite. And this is called the second discernment, which is Bihina Aleph. Aleph is the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and it has the value 1. And this is the first discernment. Now, what happens when the light enters this first kli, the will to receive, is that the will to receive feels the pleasure, but the light also imparts something about its own nature into the kli. And something happens as a result of feeling this. When this light goes all the way down and reaches the total filling within this will to receive, the vessel begins to sense something about the nature of the light itself. And since this is only a will to receive, it makes a movement based on its programming, and it notices that there is a giver. So the first discernment is there is a giver. In other words, this is the first thing that is not the creator. It has a sensation that there is a giving mode and there's a receiving mode. It's in existence, in relation to something. Now this first, let's look at this first and second part here in terms of Sephirot. This is called Keter, or crown, this first discernment. And this second discernment is called Chokhmah. Chokhmah means wisdom. So this light that is felt by the first creature here, this first phase of the creature, is a delight that is a response to the qualities of the Creator. And this light that it feels, that enters it, is called the light of wisdom. Or Chokhmah. So anytime that you hear the word wisdom in Kabbalistic texts, it's talking about this quality of this phase. Now, something happens here. And as a result of feeling that there is a giver, it also feels the pleasure of the desire to give. And it wants this pleasure because it is a will to receive. So in this desire, a new discernment appears. In order to reach this, because it felt this lack within it, first it was filled completely, then it felt a lack for what it sensed in the quality of the light. In order to reach this, to try to attain this for itself, it realizes that it cannot be, it doesn't want to receive. What it wants is it wants the pleasure of giving. So it makes that move to be able to experience that pleasure of giving. But since it's only built to receive, the only thing that it can do is to not receive. In other words, it rejects the light. This is called, this phase is Behina Bet. Bet's the second letter of the alphabet, too. And the perception that it has is that to give is better than to receive. It is a desire to give. Now, here we have a very interesting thing occurring. We have two phases that have moved, this one moving to this one, has moved to its complete opposite. This is a desire to receive, and this one is a desire to give. This Sephira is called Bina. Bina comes from the word hitbonenut, which means to observe. And what it really observes and what it discerns is a quality of the Creator, that the quality of the Creator is to give. So this is a quality of giving. This Sephira Bina, this Bechina Bet, this phase 2. Right? This is a 0 phase, 1, 2. Now in this state of emptiness, there is another discernment that comes to the vessel. Now, I want you to notice that what is being spoken about in each one of these bechinot, each one of these discernments, is not about the action of the light. The action of the light is always the same. It always only uses this primary law, this the will to create a creature and to fulfill that creature. That's the only thing the light does. What we're speaking about are discernments, changes within the kli, within the desire, within the creature. So here in the inside of Bechina Bet, in the lack of light, there is a discernment that happens that its nature is actually to receive, that it can't exist without the light of wisdom. This rejection of the light, this passing back of the light, is called the light of mercy. Or Hasidim. So it knows that it can't exist like this. It must receive. But it doesn't want to be a receiver. So it has to find a way in which its reception is actually a form of bestowal. And this brings about the next discernment. This is Bechina Gimel, third letter of the alphabet. And this discernment brings about a dual phase. That is, this phase incorporates these two opposites, both the reception of Or Chachma, and it also includes Or Chachma and Or Hasidim. So these two opposite desires are included here in this mixed phase. Why? What's going on here? In this mode of reception, Bechina Gimel has found a way to turn its reception into a way of giving. The only thing that exists in creation is the creature and the creator, the light and the vessel. That's it. And even if the creature feels that it is doing an act of giving just within itself, really the only one that there is to give to from the point of view of the creature is the creator. And Bechina Gimel makes the decision that it will copy the act of the creator, that it understands that the creator wants it to be filled with pleasure, that it must receive this pleasure, and that part of the thought of creation is to create a creature and to give to the creature. Well, the only kind of creature that it can really create is something within itself. So it makes the decision that it will receive a portion of the light, say 20% of the light, under the condition that it only does it in order to fulfill the thought of creation, this desire of the creator to create a creature and fill it with delight. So it will receive it with the intention that by its reception it fulfills this thought. And this is the only mode in which reception can be giving. But giving is an intention. It doesn't matter what the act is, it's an intention. So this is really in similarity of form with this to a certain degree. This 80% of Or Hasidim, of the returning light, it's still pleasure, it's still light coming into it, but she pays no attention to it here. This mixed phase in Sephirot is called Zer Anpin. And it really consists of a number of Sephirot, of Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Hod, and Yesod. It's a mixed phase that allows for reception in order to bestow. So in this simulation of the act of bestowal that Bechina Gimel does, a new discernment is born. She feels here another quality of the light because of her action, and that quality is actually the thought of creation itself. She attains that it's not just to give, and it's not just that she receives a certain portion in order to fulfill the desire of the Creator to give to her, but that the thought of creation is to fill the creature completely with unbounded delight, and she then realizes that she must accept this light in order to fulfill the thought of creation. She must accept the whole light. So here, the light enters and fills the entire vessel. This is Bechina Dalet 4. But this is very different than Bechina Aleph. Even though it looks the same, something very different has occurred here. Because here, in 1, 2, 3, and 4, all of these actions were not independent actions. These were all actions done by the Creator. The force of the light, the response, and the desire created in each one of these were actions done by the Creator. Here, something entirely new happens. This is an independent desire to be and do precisely what the Creator had placed there. So here, in the intention to receive all of this light, there is the possibility of the equivalence of form with the very thought of creation itself. At this point, everything changes for the creature. There is a restriction, a change in the nature of desire that happens here. Instead of receiving, as she did, direct light and trying to achieve this for herself, she feels here, because of this discernment, this last discernment that she had, she feels the stature of the Creator. And now she no longer wants the doing part of creation, the direct light. What she wants is the mind of the Creator, the thinking part of the creation. She wants to reach equivalence of form with the Creator, which is in fact the intention of the Creator in the first place. So here we have the beginning of everything else in creation. We have an independent creature. So this fourth phase in Sephirot is called Malchut. Malchut comes from the word king or kingdom. It means that everything is ruled here by desire. Now here, this new intention, not to receive for herself alone, because she feels the stature of the Creator, she feels a shame at the manner of reception, and this is called a restriction. The first tzimtzum. And from now on, she pursues the thought behind creation and not the actions of creation. So here we have this Malchut, the beginning of creation. And this vessel, this number 4 Bechina, is called Olam Ein Sof. That is, world without end. And all worlds and souls extend from here. Every part of creation uses exactly this form. This process, this macro template, is also the 4-letter name of God. You've seen it. There's the tip of the Yod, K, the Vav, and the lower Hey, the Havaya. When you see this name, it represents this series of forces. All names and words in Kabbalah are like formulas in physics. They talk about relationships of light to Kli. So here you see that the Kabbalists have given us a map from above downward, how we came into being. But it's not only that. It also describes the states that a person must attain on their ascent upward. It gives us the purpose, it gives us the route, and it gives us the places along the way. And that's what the creature does once it makes this restriction. It starts to build a system of worlds so that it can attain the thought of creation, but as an independent desire and become equal to the Creator. This is a quote from Rav Lightman. Man includes everything inside of him. If man does correction, it means that accordingly the entire creation approaches the Creator. Therefore, man has to correct only himself. Man who elevates brings up with him all of the worlds. That's why it's said that all the worlds were created for man. Join us again next time when we will learn about the primary tool of attainment, the building of a screen, the sensor that allows us to feel the thought of the Creator and to attain equivalence of form with Him. See you then. Hello and welcome again to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. In this lesson, we will learn about the principal tool of attainment in the methodology of Kabbalah. We'll learn about the building of an additional sense, a sixth sense, that enables a person to sense and enter an upper reality that we call spirituality. It's the method of how to enter the spiritual world. First, let's quickly look at what we learned in the last lesson. In the last lesson, we looked at the creation of the creature in 4 phases. And we saw that creation starts with a thought. The thought of the Creator, the thought of creation, which is to create a creature and fill that creature with delight. And immediately, we see a response in the creation, which is a will to receive, which is the creature. The will to receive feels the light and feels a sensation not only of the direct pleasure, but of the quality of the light. And because it's a will to receive, it wants to receive this pleasure. And as a result of that, a new perception or a phase or a discernment happens in which it realizes that what the pleasure comes from is giving. So because it's a will to receive and it cannot give, the only thing it can do is either accept or not accept the light. To get closer to giving, it decides that it will reject the light. In this emptiness, a new discernment happens, and it discovers that its existence depends on the reception of the light, that it cannot exist by this harsh situation, and it must accept a portion of the light. But it decides it will only accept a small portion of the light because here it had a perception that the creative force wants it to receive. So it accepts a small portion based only on the idea that it will accept it because it is the Creator's desire that that happen. And here, in this perception, this dual phase, it realizes that an even higher aspect of the force that created it is that it wants to fill it with complete delight. And this next phase here, this 4th phase, is unlike the other phases up to that point, not an action done by the Creator, but an independent desire. But this desire is not a desire for the direct pleasure of the light. It realizes here the stature of the Creator, and it wants that. It realizes that it is a receiver and how different it is from the Creator. And instead of wanting the doing part of creation, it now desires equivalence of form, the attainment of the Creator's qualities itself, the thinking part of creation. So here is where we find the creature at this point. It has made a restriction on the manner in which it will receive. It will no longer receive for itself. It's determined that it will attain qualities completely opposite to its nature. It was created as a will to receive, and yet it determines that it will find a way to become like the opposite quality, the quality of giving. As it does this, if it can find a way to do this, then it begins to enter and sort of build a system for itself, a system of interaction with varying degrees of proportion between the will to receive and the will to bestow. And it rises as a result of gaining greater and greater equivalence of form, becoming more and more like the thing that it wants to become. It rises through a system called worlds. And these worlds are a kind of interaction built for the correction of the creature and for the correction of the world as a whole. As it rises, it attains the inner quality of these worlds, which are called levels of soul or lights. They are nefesh, ruach, neshama, chaya, and yechida, until the creature attains greater and greater equivalence, wisdom, capability, and achieves a cleaving and a complete equivalence of form with the Creator itself. But it has a problem, because it was created in exact opposite phase. It is only a will to receive. That's what the creature is. That's what we are. So how can it possibly become something totally opposite to its nature? Even if it knows now what the purpose of creation is and its role in it, it seems to be locked, stuck. There's nothing that it can do because it was created in a perfect way and it can only use that tool of reception. And yet it must use the expansion of its egoistic qualities in reception and find a way to turn that into giving. Previously, we learned also that our five senses are programmed in such a way that they prevent us from perceiving anything about the upper world and achieving the goal that the creature now has. And what we need to realize is that the programming that exists within the five senses, which we called egoism, is really an intention. It's a thought. It is a program that says, what is in this for me? So no matter what the input is from any of these five senses, it can only perceive things only in relation to the will to receive. And yet, the quality above it is altruism. It's giving. So giving also is not an action. It is an intention. In order to be able to feel this, which none of these senses can, we have to build a different program, a sense built on a similar program to what is outside of it. This sixth sense has to be a sense built out of an intention that is like this. And that's what the screen is. The screen is an additional sense that allows us to feel on the terms of the spiritual world. The word Kabbalah means reception. Actually, more precisely, it means how to receive, the proper way of reception. The method of Kabbalah is completely practical. It shows us precisely how we can take our created nature, which is the will to receive, and turn it into a proper mode of reception, a transformed, corrected mode of reception that becomes giving. Right now, when we receive into the will to receive, we find that our experience is extremely limited. The will to receive can never be filled. Let's say there is a desire for a piece of cake, a beautiful, wonderful strawberry shortcake with whipped cream and sauce. And there is a need, an idea, a lack of this. Now, as soon as we get this cake and it touches this desire, the desire is put out. We can no longer feel it. It's impermanent. It lives and then it dies. And the reason that that happens is because pleasure is only felt at the junction point between a need and its filling. The moment that the filling passes beyond the need, it can no longer be felt. So the desire dies. But what Kabbalah wants to teach us to do is to find a correct way of receiving. That way is that even if there is something that is desired and it is filled, that filling will never go out. That the desire will expand and the filling will expand. And the more that the desire enters the kli, the greater the fulfillment will be. And that can only happen if we do something like what we saw in the dual phase called Bechina Gimel, in which this reception is done not for me, but it's done only in order to fulfill the thought of creation. It's done for the Creator. So that this reception becomes a form of giving. How do we do this? How can we achieve this? Baal Salam gives us an analogy, a very beautiful and profound story about our situation and how to overcome it. Actually, it's profound because it shows us the real nature of where we are, something that we don't notice. There are two friends, and one friend decides to make a dinner for his dear friend, and he thinks about everything that his friend likes. He thinks about the food that he likes, the wine that he would like, the amount of the food, the way the food should look, the way the room should feel. He thinks all the time of his friend and creates a perfect meal for him. His friend arrives, comes in, and sees before him an absolute feast. And his first response is to want to eat everything right away because, of course, it's exactly what he wanted. And then another thought strikes him, which is his friend, the host, is the giver, and he's only there to take. And he has a feeling of shame because he realizes that the giver is before him. He doesn't just see a table filled with things and nobody there. He sees his friend and he realizes that his friend has done everything for him and he's just there to take. And overcome by shame, he refuses to take it. You know what it's like when somebody gives you some big gift or something that you hadn't expected. Suddenly you have this kind of response. You don't even know where it's coming from. No, I can't take this. This quality of shame, of the perception of being the receiver. He won't eat. And his friend, the host, says to him, "You don't understand. I spent all of this time just thinking about you, what you would enjoy, how we would enjoy this together. And now if you don't take what I've given you, this whole meal will be ruined for me. I will get no pleasure from seeing you enjoy this." And so the guest realizes that in this situation, he really has the control. He realizes that he's not just a receiver. If he can realize while he's eating this food that he's only doing it in order to fulfill his friend's desire, then he doesn't feel the shame. He can eat it. He can go ahead and he can taste it. He can enjoy it. And he must enjoy it. It's not just that he eats it. He has to enjoy it because his friend who did this for him, his enjoyment will only come from seeing the satisfaction of the guest. And so in this response, the understanding of the reciprocal nature of this receiving, the guest not only feels the delight of the food, he also understands the thought of the host. Because now he's thinking the same thing towards the host as the host was thinking towards him. I do this to fulfill completely my friend. He could not be more satisfied than that I eat this because this was his entire goal. So I will fill him completely by this eating. So this miracle, which is nature of being able to take the will to receive and turn it into the will to bestow, the thought to bestow. The action didn't change, but the inner action changed. The intention behind why the guest took the food and enjoyed it makes the reception giving. This is how that intention to receive the pleasure in order to bestow to the host can be turned into a sensor called the screen, and how it allows the person, the creature, to attain the levels of bestowal that are the spiritual world. Here is our will to receive, our vessel, our kli. Now, this kli is filled with desires. It's filled with hungers for the meal. And what the creator, the host, wants to give to the creature exists outside in thoughts of bestowal. And always the light presses on us and wants to fill us with 100% unbounded delight, but only the degree to which we can receive the light on its terms, that is, through giving, can we allow it to enter into the Kli. Otherwise, we have no sensation of it at all. Now, here, in order to be able to enjoy the meal in terms of spirituality, a screen, which is an intention, is placed across the entry to our will to receive, to the Kli. This intention is not to receive for myself. Once that's there, all of these other things can begin to be sensed. They can begin to be regulated, and we can determine what the experience inside of the will to receive, inside the Kli, will actually be. So, the first thing that we feel in the meal strikes the screen. Now, if the creature can accept that amount into it in order to only to please the host, maybe it experiences it as the first course of the meal, as the soup. If it can maintain that intention, not for me, and to do it only for the host, then a portion of the light actually enters into the Kli. And not only the portion of taste and delight, which must be fulfilled, but also the sensation, the intention of the host in giving that thing to the creature. So 20% of it will enter, let's say, into that first fifth of the stomach, and the rest of it will be rejected. Not that the pleasure isn't felt, it's just that a greater pleasure supersedes a small pleasure. It's eclipsed. The Kli does not care about it. The only thing that it pays attention to is the thing that it values, which is the thought of the Creator. So 80% of this will not be felt. Only 20% will be perception. Now, if a further amount can be accepted in order to fulfill the thought of the host, then 40% fills, and only 60% of it is rejected. Now, what happens in here is that the light of the Creator, that is the thought, the level of attainment of similarity within the Kli itself, within the creature, that part of the creature that becomes like the Creator begins to grow. This is the means by which we grow a soul. And so here, this first light that was called the first 20% is the light of Nefesh, the first level of soul. Here, if this intention matches the intention of the Creator on the giving of it, a second level, Ruach, enters the Kli. This is not just knowledge. This is not some kind of intellectual thing. This is actual similarity of form with the Creator. That is, what is inside of the Kli is a direct perception of what exists outside of the Kli. This sixth sense now is telling a person what the spiritual object actually is. Not that it's soup or that it's salad, but that it is a thought in the Creator's intention towards all of creation. And when this continues to grow, where now 60% becomes filled, and only 40% is not felt, a new light enters. This light is called Neshama. That is a deeper understanding of the Creator's thought, a greater similarity. And in terms of our hunger, we've passed the main course and accepted for pleasing the host, until finally we get to the dessert and the liqueur, and we get to the level of chaya and yechida. And here the creature has reached complete similarity of form with the Creator because it instituted its own thought of creation. It has an independent desire that does not depend on the external delights, but only on the thought of the creature to do something equal to the thought of the Creator. So by doing this, the creature rises from below upward across all the 125 steps that are all, by the way, made up of partsufim, or faces, which are exactly this process. So here, what a person forms is called a rosh, which means head, and here, guf, which is body. And by having a rosh, what that means is, through an independent desire, the creature can now determine what the reality inside of the vessel will be. The quality of their world, the quality of delight, and all this done for the good of life as a whole, not for me. This is how Rav Lightman sums this up. We receive spiritual desires directly from above. To feel them, we need a special sense called a screen. As soon as man acquires this sense, he begins to feel pleasure through it. The pleasure is called supreme light. It enters our desire to enjoy it through the screen. The desire to enjoy supreme light is called soul. The light, as a source of pleasure, is not felt unless man acquires an additional sense capable of picking it up. All components, the light, which is pleasure, the screen, the means of reception, and the soul, the receiver, are in no way connected to the physical body. Hence, it doesn't matter if a man has a body or not. As soon as man establishes contact with the supreme light, he begins to correct himself so as to be filled with it. The gradual likening of one's properties to the light and the consecutive filling with it is called spiritual ascent. The body's only a means for the spiritual advancement in this exciting process. Otherwise, it's of no interest. A small pleasure cannot be felt at all in comparison with a great delight. The larger delight suppresses it. Therefore, although a Kabbalist lives in the same world as we do, he's actually already in the spiritual world. Join us again. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. In our last lesson, we learned about the screen, Masach, the primary tool of attainment in the method of Kabbalah. And just to sum it up quickly, the screen is an intention to receive in order to bestow to the Creator. That is, that we create, the creature creates in itself a quality, a similar quality to the quality that surrounds it. An inner quality that has a similarity of form, an equivalence of form, with the property, the attribute of bestowal outside of it. That is, its act of receiving becomes an act of giving. And we also learned that all motion in the higher reality, in the spiritual worlds, happens only as a result of this law of equivalence of form. Now, we could imagine that this law of equivalence of form is some kind of mystical or magical thing, some kind of an innovation, a novelty. But it's not just something that was made up by the sages of Kabbalah. It really is a principle, a law that governs the whole universe, everything that we see. It exists in nature. It's simply that the sages are pointing out to us that this is the method by which we develop, we grow, we move, and can attain the goal of creation. In this lesson, we're going to look a little more closely at the law of equivalence of form. We'll do that by looking at an article written by Bala Salam. It's a piece of an article, actually. It comes from Matan Torah, or the giving of Torah, the giving of instruction by the light. And it's a section of it called the acting intelligence. What the Kabbalists said, that every person is obligated to comprehend the root of his soul, means that the creature's purpose, most desired and full of hope, is bonding with the Creator, as in the verse, and to bond with Him. And the sages interpret this as bonding with His attributes, just as He is compassionate, so you, and so on. He says here, every person is obligated to comprehend the root of his soul. In other words, it's not just that somebody makes a decision that they will bond with the root of their soul. It's that the entire system consists of a motion coming from the thought of creation, which moves a person to the point where they will comprehend the root of their soul. And the way in which the thought of creation, which is to create a creature and fill it with delight, the way it functions in the universe and in creation is expressed through the law of equivalence of form. That is, that all of nature works on this law, that there is a constant pressure in our environment and in every environment in the universe, and there is a constant force to equalize the inner pressure with the outer pressure and to come to a state of balance with it so that we come to a state of rest or comfort. And this is simply the law that is functioning all the time. You could think of Kabbalah as the physics of the spiritual world. And so it points this out to us so that we can begin to perceive it and to work with it. But this law functions in the natural universe as well. And we can look at it through natural sciences. For instance, astrophysicists tell us that the material universe was initiated by a huge explosion, the Big Bang. And from that point forward, all action within the universe is really a kind of an equalization of this force until it will find a state that is motionless. So all forces in the universe are working in such a way as to come into a balanced state. Now, in our world, this law is observed strictly, and we can see it on different levels of life, the different levels that exist in our world. For instance, in the inanimate level, we see that there is a movement of forces, tectonic plates, or the motion of weather, wind, and water, constantly seeking a kind of a balanced state with each other. And we see also the vegetative level obeys this law by absorbing things that it needs from light, which is outside of itself, through a kind of photoelectric process, chemical process, or the movement of minerals through it with a kind of an equalization of hydraulic forces that will move it through its stem and through its leaves. In the animate level, animals, you'll see movement of animals to areas where there's food and all of the appropriate things for their survival. If external forces and conditions change, there's a constant shifting so that they come into alignment with it. But on the human level, we don't keep this law of equivalence of form, because we don't live in an environment like the environment of the inanimate, vegetative, and animate level. These are already taken care of. These things are already perfected. They already work according to this law. And the human level, we are up against laws that we have no sense of, and we don't know how to observe these laws. So the human level which is not the sort of intellectual and physical human animal, but the part of creation itself that is supposed to be connected to the upper forces, is not involved in the keeping of these physical expressions of equivalence of form, but must learn how to keep the law of equivalence of form in the spiritual world, which is its environment. Let's look at the environment that we actually do live in. The world that surrounds the human level is based on exactly the same principle of nature, but it's a completely different order of nature, because the human level is a level of feeling, thoughts, and intentions, and there are laws and forces that work on us that are of that nature. So here is the environment that we find ourselves in. There is a field of influence, and this field of influence is called the Creator. The Creator influences us by means of forces. And these forces are expressed as laws. That is, they're obligatory. They come to us from the Creator, and each one of these is one of 613 forces or laws. These laws are laws of love. They are laws of bestowal. They are intentions towards the creature. Here in that field is the creature, plus the other levels of life below the creature, levels 1, 2, and 3 that we spoke of earlier. Within the creature, there exist like pressure or forces that must equalize with the influence coming from the Creator. And these are called desires. There are 613 desires within the creature, the human level of the creature. And the law of equivalence of form means that the inner desire or pressure must equalize, that is, come to equivalence, form a balance with this desire that is related to this force from the Creator. And to the degree that we are unlike the forces, the 613 actual laws of nature for the human level, to the degree that we are not like it, we and all the levels of life below us suffer. Things go for the worse. To the degree that we equalize, that we succeed in finding equivalence of form and becoming the same thing as the intent behind that law, all of life, including the creature itself, finds a homeostasis. Man, the human level, finds a homeostasis within this field and achieves equivalence with it. Becomes like all of the 613 laws. Now, all of these laws that affect both the levels of life below us and the ones in relation to the man, if the creature can equalize with that, with the law of nature, he is also equalizing with the Creator himself. Because the Kabbalists tell us that the value in gematria between the word for nature, teva in Hebrew, and the word for God, Elohim, is 86, meaning they are the same thing. They apply both to the level of human and to every other level below man. Now, this may seem mechanical. It's a kind of mechanical explanation. But since we, as humans, don't really feel how our inner states affect the levels of life below us, nor really do we have to, all we need to be aware of is our feeling states and how they work in our relationship to the world around us, that is, to people around us, to situations, the situations of our life. And that's what the equalization of the inner pressure of the desire and the outer pressure of a law is really about. We learned that in the story of the guest and the host, that the way in which we can perceive what these laws are and to equalize with them is to be concerned not with the gift, that is, the event itself, but with the giver. What is the thought behind the event and the circumstances that we find ourselves in at any given time, and what is our attitude towards that? It seems like a very difficult thing to do, but that process of how we can sense that already exists in nature, and we merely have to learn to observe that, how that operates, and to do it. Now, let's return to the article, The Acting Intelligence by Bala Salam. And as we read this, try to connect to the author's thought and to his feeling, but especially try to connect to the thought and feeling behind why he is expressing this to you. The acting intelligence. I will explain by way of an illustration. We observe that in every deed performed in the world, there adheres and remains in that deed the very mind which performed it, so that in the table we sense the mindful craft of the carpenter and his command of his craft, whether great or small. For at the time of his work, he evaluated it with his knowledge and intelligence, so that one who examines that deed and thinks about the mind concealed therein realizes that it is from its inception bound up with the mind that made it. That is, they are in fact unified. We can see in everything that appears in this world that there is a thought behind it. It simply doesn't arise out of nothing. There is, in the world that we see before us, definitely craftsmen behind the objects. And we know from this physical example that the intention, that is the quality of the work, the care, what it is that was intended for our use, can be felt even in the simplest things. It's what we call quality. It is a sensation, not that this is an expensive or simply a beautiful object, but that if you really look at it, what you are sensing is the intention behind that thing. The quality of the mind, the quality of the desire to give an object or a circumstance of beauty to us. And we may look at a physical object and perhaps we will be blinded by its opaque quality. But to the degree that we desire to feel and know and become like that thing behind it, that is, I want to know what my friend's experience was. I want to know what the artist meant by this. I want to feel the message that is really intended in this. If I just take the object as it is, I can't understand anything. But if I look at the object, I can feel the mind of the artist, of the craftsman. Now, I'm skipping here, and he goes on to say, and therefore when someone thinks about his friend's performance and he comprehends the intelligence that he exercised in that performance, then both are equally involved in one power and intelligence. They are now, in fact, unified like a man who chances upon his beloved friend in the market and embraces and kisses him, and to draw them apart is impossible on account of the great bond between them. In other words, if the person who perceives this thought behind the giving is in contact with the thought, he is in contact with precisely the same point of origin out of which the object and the intention behind it emerged. And he's bonded with his friend behind the object, behind the event. That is, I understand what the artist meant by this. I feel the idea conveyed to me, not at a distance, but I'm bonded with that idea. I am one with the mind of the one who intended it. And therefore, generally speaking, that aspect of intelligence of which we speak is the power and the intelligence which is found between the Creator and the creatures. It is the intermediary between the Creator and the creature. That is, he emanated one spark of intelligence by which all returns to him. All these things that are presented to us as physical occurrences, as inner feelings, as sensations, as desires, as fulfillments, all of these things that appear to be outside of us are actually the mind of the Creator, that is, the thought of the Creator conveyed to us on the level on which we can accept it. And if our desire is to understand why this was given, the quality of love behind what is given, then we bond with that intermediary. And the light, this is the intelligence emanating from the source. And recall the verse, all of them you made with wisdom. That is, he created the whole universe with his wisdom, that is, with this thought. And therefore, he who merits to comprehend the ways in which he created the universe and its order surely bonds with the intelligence of him who caused them, and thus he bonds with the blessed Creator. The acts of the Creator are not the physical things. Remember, the environment that the human lives in is not the environment of physical acts, which is already perfectly in balance with the laws of nature. The environment of the human is the thought of the Creator. And this is what a person can connect with. They can connect with the cause. And the bonding with it is simply to enter into the same thought and the same intention. Once this begins to happen, we are no longer separated in an external world, in a physical world, but we are connected with that point that emanates everything into this world. And this is done through a relationship with the Creator. It's like a relationship with a lover, with a beloved, in the sense that when you love somebody, you want them to know who you are. You write them little notes. You show them what you enjoy. You express your thought to them so that the bonding with your beloved will be on the level not simply of the physical, but beyond that, in the intangible place that we feel as love. So these constant events that evolve in our lives are like notes of love, a beckoning on the part of the Creator to come to Him. And our desire to respond to that call is likewise from a place and a feeling to want to know our beloved in that way. And this is the secret of the Torah. It is that all the creations of the Creator that appertain to or can be comprehended by the creatures, that means everything that was created, every single expression that exists in creation is only the expression of the Creator and is aimed specifically at this call to the creature. It's all accessible to the creature. Every single bit of it is supposed to be known by the creature. In other words, the worlds were created for man. And with this, we understand why the Creator showed us the tool of his craft. Are we in need to create worlds? Rather, from what we said above, it is clear that the Creator showed us his orders so that we would know how to bond with him, which is the fulfillment of to bond with his attributes. Why does an artist show us his work? It is so his perception, his inner feeling, and his attitude will be accessible to us. And though right now we don't understand how worlds are created, through the connection with the thought of the Creator, we can rise to know all of his laws, all of the ways in which everything that we see before us comes about. That is, why it's there, for what purpose it's there. And this reciprocal sensation of thought and intention is the way in which the law of equivalence of form is expressed on the human level. It's the balance between the inner desire to know, to be filled with pleasure, and the actual pleasure that exists, the only pleasure that exists, which is the knowledge of the thought of the Creator. And this system is built perfectly to create the desire that will allow a person to come into this balance. Join us again. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. In this lesson, we're going to look closely at a Kabbalistic article, something that we looked at a few lessons ago, but we're going to look at it in more detail. It's an article called "There's None Else Beside Him." This article comes from a book called Shemati. Shemati means I have heard. And these articles were lessons spoken by Bala Salam to his students. And his son, Rabash, Rav Baruch Shalom Halevi Ashlag, was one of his students. And he wrote what his father said. And he kept it in a little personal notebook. And it was something, this notebook was something that he kept with him all the time. He had a few books that he constantly referred to, and this, the directions, the instructions, and the words of his father, he kept close to him. Rav Michael Lightman, who is my teacher and the teacher of B'nai Baruch, was Rav Baruch's personal assistant. He took care of all of his affairs and was with him all the time. And he was his direct disciple. And at the time, towards the end of Rav Baruch's life, Rav Lightman was with him. He was with him in the hospital. He was with him during that process. And during the time that he had studied with him, Rabash had shown him many texts that he hadn't seen before and that hadn't been shared with some of the other students. And Rav was aware of this notebook, and he had seen it and had borrowed it occasionally to learn from and so on, and it was a very precious thing. And when Rabash was on his deathbed, he gave this book to Rav Lightman. And Michael Lightman published the book. And it contains beautiful articles describing the inner work of a person. A lot of the work in Kabbalah is technical work. The study of the 10 Sephirot, Talmud Esser Sephirot, and other technical works, the Tree of Life, the Zohar, which deal with the technical aspects of creation as well as the inner states related to them. Well, these articles in the book Shemati, they're specifically made for the student to find himself, to identify inner states and to connect these inner states to the technical work and the Kabbalistic work as a whole. And they contain thought from the highest level of reality. This particular article, There's None Else Beside Him, it encapsulates the entire methodology of Kabbalah. There isn't anything that a person need do or know or consider that's not in this article. And Rabash told Rav Lightman that it would be a good thing if he read this hundreds of times. We'll read it once today, perhaps, if we can get through it. And as we do, again, we're doing this only to attract upper light. And all that you need do as we go through this is to try to connect with the thought and the feeling of the author. There's none else beside him. It is written that there is none else beside him, meaning that there is no other power in the world with the ability to do anything against him. And what man sees, namely that there are things in the world of, is because he wills it so. In other words, there's one power, there is one active force, there is one actor in reality. And there is no other authority, there is no other author to anything that occurs in reality. But the fact that we see that the world is built in such a way that there seems to be an opposing force, well, this is done on purpose. And it's for our benefit. And it needs to be harnessed. It needs to be understood. And it needs to be included in our perception. And it is deemed a correction called the left rejects and the right adducts, meaning that which the left rejects is considered correction. This means that there are things in the world which from the beginning aim to divert a person from the right way, and they reject him from holiness. The hiddenness of the Creator is not a physical hiddenness. We feel perhaps he's not there, or maybe I believe in him, but the proof for it, we don't truly claim that if we saw him stand before us, we already know this. We know that we're not speaking about a physical proof, a physical reality. The hiddenness of the Creator is hidden not just from our physical senses, he is hidden from our inner sensation, our feeling of connection, our faith, our direct sensation in our thoughts. He is hidden from us by our doubts. Right? There's a quality of our inner state that when we are filled with doubt, then there is a rejection. That is, there's a hiddenness. We feel that it can't be so and that there is perhaps some other force. It's this sensation, this inner state of hiddenness where the reason for things, or to feel that there could be any kind of a divine guidance behind anything, our doubt covers it completely. This is the hiddenness of the Creator, and this is his method of teaching us and bringing us along. This means that there are things in the world which from the beginning aim to divert a person from the right way, and they reject him from holiness. It's built that way. It's part of the design. this hiddenness of the Creator and the evolution towards the desire to perceive the Creator. And the benefit from these rejections is that through them a person receives a need and a complete desire for God to help him, since he sees that otherwise he is lost. This need is actually what Kabbalah defines as prayer. To a Kabbalist, prayer is not words spoken. It's not something of the mouth. It's not the repetition of things, words and ideas in a prayer book. It is a gut-level need. It's something that has occurred in a person's desire for which there can be no other answer but the thing desired for. And the hiddenness of the Creator and this action of the right and the left hand purposely create a need specifically for the closeness to the Creator. That is, for doubts to be removed, for us to rise above the aspect of our nature that engenders these doubts. And that's the benefit. This is called a correction, this development of this desire. And what is it that happens? How is this benefit felt for a person? Not only does he not progress in the work, this is how he feels, but he sees that he regresses and he lacks the strength to observe Torah and mitzvot, even if not for her name. So we know that the goal is to be able to be like the Creator, to create an inner similarity of form, of intention towards the Creator, which would be to bestow without thought of self, without that need, to be completely in bestowal, which is called for her sake or lishma. But a person can't even come close to that, so that the sensation that is teaching them and evolving them and building the need is a sensation that they can't even do this work, even if not for her name. That is, even for themselves they can't do it. The rejection and doubt is so complete, and it's part of the process. It happens. It is one hand and then the next hand, one hand and the next. When this happens to a person, it's not happening because there's something wrong with the person. It's happening because it's in the system and it's built that way. That only by genuinely overcoming all the obstacles above reason, he can observe Torah and mitzvot. So this is the thing that's built for a person. That it's not possible by dealing with a doubt and then with some kind of a filling, a delight at feeling close. These two variations always produce a hiddenness, a sensation of hiddenness, and that the only way that a person can proceed to actually observe Torah and mitzvot, that is to become like the Creator, draw close and bond with the Creator, is above that level, above reason. But he doesn't always have the strength to overcome above reason. That otherwise he is forced to deviate, God forbid, from the way of the Creator, and even from not for her name. And he who always feels that the shattered is greater than the whole, meaning that there are a lot more descents than ascents, and he doesn't see an end to these predicaments, and he will forever remain outside of holiness, for he sees that it's difficult for him to observe even as little as a jot, unless through overcoming above reason, but he is not always able to overcome. And what shall be the end of it? This is the extent of the hiddenness and the need that it evokes in a person. It comes to an extreme expression. That is, the more that a person wants this, the more they truly desire this, the more it appears that they're pushed away. And this is a response similar to the response of a parent to a child who is beginning to be an adult. You give them more room. You give them a kind of independence. You step away, and the depth of confusion of that adolescent or the young adult is an extreme situation, and it's done as by a loving father towards a child. This extremity of distancing And what shall be the end of it all? How is it even possible? Then he reaches the decision that no one can help him except God himself. And this causes him to make a heartfelt demand of the Creator to open his eyes and his heart and to bring him nearer to eternal adhesion with God. This is what eventually happens. A true prayer appears within the person. That you can't fool the Creator. You can't say one thing and really desire another. This is the kind of prayer that is answered immediately because the Creator is the whole of reality, and the force of development responds to those particular conditions that allow for development. That is, there must be something in the creature that allows a higher state to occur for them. And that higher state only happens as a result of a deepening need. So it says, it follows then that all the rejections that he had experienced had come from the Creator. That means that the rejections he experienced were not because he was at fault for not having the ability to overcome, but because these rejections are for those who truly want to draw nearer to God. And in order for such a person not to be satisfied with only a little, namely, not to remain as a little child without knowledge, he receives help from above so that he won't be able to say, thank God he observes Torah and performs good deeds, and what else could he ask for? This action of the Creator, this rejection that was given to him, this doubt that entered him, was given to him by the Creator, specifically so that he would not remain still, so that he wouldn't be satisfied with some sensation at a distance, some idea, some belief. In other words, that he wouldn't function as a child in reality. Oh, there is a God, and he will take care of me, and if I ask for something, maybe he'll change his attitude towards me and be nice to me and take away this situation. No, this is the way that a child tries to deal with and manipulate a parent. But what is it that a child can do to a parent that would change the quality of the love towards the child? Even in the natural world, in the physical world, the love of a mother or a father to the child, it encompasses everything for the child. There's nothing that will change it. It's constant. So for the person not to remain this way would be not to be satisfied with this condition. That this force both of drawing close and of pushing away is to evolve us into a spiritual adult. And only if that person has a true desire, he will receive help from above. So that's the condition. Only if a person has a true desire, of course there will be help from above. It's not that the Creator changed his attitude towards the person. It's that the person changed their need for the Creator. Their desire, which is a vessel, opened a place in which perception of the Creator can occur, so it does occur. It's a law. It happens. The answer to the prayer depends totally on the change in attitude within the creature. And he is constantly shown how his faults in his present state, that is, he is sent thoughts and views which work against his efforts. And this is in order for him to see that he is not one with the Lord. In other words, this contrast of feeling rejection and thoughts of doubt, they're not his. They are an action of the Creator on him while he is becoming a spiritual adult, while he's growing. And specifically, the hiddenness comes from, must be experienced as doubt and must go against his efforts, no matter how broad or how good or how precise he may have been progressing up until that point. It must undermine all of that purposely. And that is so that he can see a contrast between where he is now in a particular state and what he needs to overcome above reason, where he needs to be next. Because to be satisfied, you think, oh, I'm one with the Lord, I'm fine, I had this perception, I'm okay, I know everything now, I've got some kind of belief on this level. No, the Creator wants to create a creature and fill it totally with a bonding with the light. It has to be unbounded. So we have to see how unlike the next level we are so that we build this need again to move towards that level. And as much as he overcomes, he always sees how he is found in a position farther from holiness than others who feel one with the Lord. But he, on the other hand, always has complaints and demands, and he cannot justify the behavior of the Creator and how he behaves towards him. And it pains him that he is not one with the Lord until he comes to feel that he has no part in holiness whatsoever. So, a person sees his situation change. He's not satisfied with the things that others around him are satisfied with. He comes to a point of complete preparation, that is, of complete doubt and complete despair. This is one of the things that occurs. And this is a preparation. It's a despair towards the goal, not a despair against life, that life is not worthwhile, but that according to the goal that he has determined, his intention to bond with the Creator, he sees that it is completely beyond his capability. That is, the capability of his created nature and the will to receive, and his actions, his intelligence. It can't be done that way. And although he is occasionally awakened from above, which momentarily revives him, but soon he falls into an abyss. However, this is what causes him to realize that only God can help and really draw him closer. So even the enlightenment, even the awakenings that he receives will not do the job. It must continue to the point where there is a complete need only for the Creator, only for the light. One has to really abandon this idea that there's something we can do with our actions in this world. No action by a person will do anything to advance this. Only the growing inner desire will change anything. A man must always try and cleave to the Creator, namely that all of his thoughts will be about him. And that is to say that even if he's in the worst state, from which there cannot be a greater descent, he should not leave his domain, namely think that there is another authority which prevents him from entering into holiness and which has the power to either benefit or harm. And that is the substance of doubt, that there's some other reason for this occurring. Either it's me, or it is the world is conditioned in a certain way, my environment prevents me, that there is something other than the Creator doing all of these actions. That is, he must not think that there's a matter of the power of the other side, which does not allow a man to do good deeds and follow God's ways, but he should think that all is done by the Creator. The Baal Shem Tov said that he who says there is another power in the world, namely shells, is in a state of serving other gods, and that it's not necessarily the thought of heresy that is the sin, but if he thinks that there is another authority and a force apart from the Creator, by that he is committing a sin. That it's only the giving up of the goal of thinking that there is another power that draws a person away to make a decision that it is not only one force, it is not all the Creator. This distance is called sin. Furthermore, he who says that man has his own authority, meaning that he says that yesterday he himself did not want to follow God's ways, that too is considered to be committing the sin of heresy, meaning that he does not believe that only the Creator leads the world. All the thoughts that we have, all the feelings that we have, and all of the choices that we make based on those until we come to equivalence of form with the Creator, until we begin to sense spirituality, every single one of these things is placed in us. These are all actions of the Creator. Man has no authority in this, only his desire, only the growing of the vessel, specifically in a need for the light. This true prayer is the only action of man and the only thing necessary to ascend. We'll continue this article next time. Join us then. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. In this lesson, we're going to continue with the article, There's None Else Beside Him, by Bala Salam. Now, this article contains the entire methodology of Kabbalah. All of the wisdom of Kabbalah is included in this article. And even though we're picking it up from paragraph 10, one of the qualities of Kabbalistic books is that even though it is a complete system that takes a person end to end from their starting point in their will to receive and in their condition of hiddenness from the Creator and reveals the whole of reality, the text speaks to a person no matter where they are and at any point from the text. So it doesn't really matter where you enter, it just matters that you enter. And entering means that you try to feel the thought of the writer. You try to rise to his level and bring your desire to know spirituality and to enter it into the text. And then you'll be able to feel yourself and your condition, and the text will speak to you where you are. So we're starting from paragraph 10. A man must always try and cleave to the Creator, namely that all of his thoughts will be about him. That is to say that even if he is in the worst state, from which there cannot be a greater descent, he should not leave his domain, namely think that there is another authority, which prevents him from entering into holiness and which has the power to either benefit or harm. This is the thing that the person must cling to, that every action that occurs, all of the positive things that occur and all of the things that seem to hide the sensation of the Creator from the person, that fill him with doubt and make him feel that the path to holiness is blocked, that he should understand that his thoughts should cleave to the Creator in that it's only the Creator that does these actions with him. There's only one actor in reality. And this is always the Creator, no matter what our doubt may speak in our ear, no matter what the will to receive may say, that there is some other factor, something in the person, something in his environment, some force working against the Creator that is causing this problem. That a person should never leave their domain of the clinging to the Creator or the goal of why it is that they seek to bond with the Creator. And listen to the whispering of the will to receive. The doubt is sent for a reason, and it's sent from the Creator. That is, he must not think that there is the matter of the power of the other side, which doesn't allow a man to do good deeds and to follow God's ways, but he should think that all is done by the Creator. The Baal Shem Tov said that he who says there is another power in the world, namely shells, is in a state of serving other gods. That it is not necessarily the thought of heresy that is the sin, but if he thinks that there is another authority and force apart from the Creator, by that he is committing a sin. And that is the definition of sin in Kabbalah. The thought, that is the conviction that there is anything but the Creator that is acting in this situation, because the person must always strive to connect each event in life and their own inner sensations to the Creator, that everything, every action is happening as a result of the Creator's act, and it is only the response of the creature which is his intention in regards to these. How it's evaluated that brings a person closer to the target or farther away from it, and that distance from the target, from attributing all of this to the Creator, the closeness is adherence to the way, and the distance from it is considered to be a sin. Furthermore, he who says that man has his own authority, meaning that he says that yesterday he himself did not want to follow God's ways, that too is considered to be committing the sin of heresy, meaning that he does not believe that only the Creator leads the world. Even if a person thinks that their own actions, that their own thoughts and choices are their own, that what they sense as their own actually originates from them, it is as though the person is an authority against the Creator, which is not so. Even the desire to come to the Creator was placed in us by the Creator. Just as the left hand pushes away through the sending of doubts, likewise, the right hand awakens a person and gives them the sensation that they are choosing to come to the Creator. It's not the action. It's not whether we feel that we are being rejected by holiness or being drawn by it that is the issue for our progress. The whole point is to understand that it is our attitude towards what's occurring that will be the place in which our independence, our freedom, and our likeness with the Creator will appear and develop, not in the actions. And all of these things that are that we consider to be external and internal are really an improper perception. All of this is actions by the Creator, and we are more or less in agreement with it. We more or less assign all of these to the Creator and want it to be that way. Enjoy and return that knowledge to the Creator. But when he's committed a sin, and he must surely regret it and be sorry for having committed that sin, but here too, we should place the pain and the sorrow in the right order. Where does he place the cause of the sin? And what is the point that he should be sorry for? A man should then feel sorry and say, I committed a sin because the Creator hurled me down from holiness to a place of filth, to the lavatory where there is filth. And that is to say that God gave him a desire and a craving to amuse himself and breathe air in a place of stench. If a person feels that they made that choice themselves, that they're bad and they chose not to move forward towards the Creator, that they wanted to satisfy their will to receive as opposed to progressing towards developing the will to bestow, that they messed up. This is also the thought that they have some kind of authority. The blame is not on the person. There is no blame. There is no responsibility in the action. The responsibility is in the intention. And this is not to say that people go around doing actions that we know from our society are illegal, etc. We're talking about an inner state. We're talking about a movement within a person to experience something for themselves as opposed to maintaining the desire to bestow. But the desire to move in either direction is given by the Creator. The fault is not with the person. And you might say, as it says in the books, that sometimes a man incarnates in the body of a pig, that he receives a desire and a craving to take livelihood from things that he already determined were litter, but now he again wants to revive himself in them. Now remember, all Kabbalistic books are written in language of branches. To reincarnate or to incarnate means to use a particular desire, to identify with a particular need and a particular delight, that is, its filling. And in this case, it is the reason for something. So if a person incarnates in the body of a pig, that is to say, it's a lower state than the state of a human. The desire is a desire for self-fulfillment on the simplest kind of level of self-satisfaction. And the person already knows, because of their goal, that their goal is above the level of animal desires, that it is a human desire, that what a person is attempting to do is to develop a soul, which is the human level of spirituality. And yet, he finds himself taking sustenance from something that he already has determined is not his goal. Still, it's not the man who did this. The Creator hurled me down to a place of filth. We don't need to worry about these states. The only thing that we need to do is to relate them all to the Creator. That's where our ascent is. That's where the path towards spirituality is, not in the externals. And also, when a man feels that he's in a state of ascent and he tastes some good flavor in the work, he must not say, now I'm in a state where I understand that it is worthwhile to worship God. Rather, he should know that now the Lord fancied him. And for that reason, he draws him near, which is the reason why he tastes the good flavor in the work. And he should be careful never to leave the domain of holiness and say that there is another operating force besides the Creator. Awakenings are as big a problem as descents because of the satisfaction. And the problem that can occur within us as we progress, to be satisfied at a certain level and remain still in that satisfaction, and to lose a connection with the Creator and believe that, well, now that I've had some kind of ascent, my intellect is full. Because when a person studies Kabbalah, they become a lot smarter. You begin to see how systems work. You incorporate the intelligence of the whole system in you because you agree with it, basically. But that doesn't give you any advantage over anybody else. You cannot progress in the Kabbalistic work or in the work towards spirituality but with any special talent. No special talent is required. The simplest man with the proper attitude can reach the highest levels. And the idea that now one understands something as a result of awakening is to worship other gods. It's to believe in another force other than the Creator. Anytime there is awakening, it's not because you did something. It's because there was an action by the Creator, the right hand of the Creator, drawing a person forward. This means that the matter of finding favor in the eyes of the Lord, or the opposite, doesn't depend on man himself, but everything depends on God. And man, with his external mind, cannot comprehend why now the Lord likes him, and after that he does not. That's actually the problem, because our perception of good and bad and the reasons for things according to our will to receive, which really constitutes our mind, hides from us the real meaning behind an action. That is, the thought and the love of the Creator and the giving of that action through both the left and the right hand, in which He pushes away and draws us close and uses this whole system of hiddenness. What is hidden from us is the benevolence, the contact with the benevolence. It's how we perceive, the degree to which we perceive the goodness that really constitutes our connection with the Creator. This is what's called revelation. The revelation is only to reveal the quality of the Creator, which is unconditional love. And likewise, when he regrets that the Creator doesn't draw him near, he should also be careful not to be sorry for himself, for having been distanced from the Creator, for by doing so he becomes a recipient for his own benefit. And he who receives is separated from the Creator. So if a person falls and feels the distance and starts saying, I'm not going to make it, this isn't good for me, this is not working out for me, this also is a detachment from the striving towards the achieving of the will to bestow. This separates a person from the Creator. It is the main acts by which the creature was separated from the Creator in the first place. The will to receive puts us in opposite forms, so we can never achieve the bonding through thinking that I'm having a problem here in relation to the Creator. Rather, he should regret the exile of the divine presence, meaning for inflicting sorrow upon the divine presence. One should take as an example when some small organ of a person is sore. The pain is felt mainly in the heart and the mind, which are the generality of man. And certainly the sensation of a single organ cannot resemble the sensation of a person's full stature, where most of the pain is felt. Likewise is the pain that a person feels when he's detached from the Lord, since man is but a single organ of the divine presence, for the divine presence is the soul of Israel in general. Therefore, the sensation of a single organ does not resemble the sensation of the pain in general, and that is to say that the divine presence regrets that there are parts of it that are detached from it, which she cannot provide for. And if a man does not relate the sorrow at being distant from God to himself, then he's saved from falling into the trap of the desire to receive for himself, which is the separation from holiness. There is a collective soul, Israel, the general soul of Israel as a whole, Adam Harishon, the original soul, the single creature, and the pain of the separation is felt all through the creation, which is the general soul in relation to the Creator. That pain is felt as suffering on every level of creation. It's not just that the person themselves are suffering. The collective as a whole, which is called Shekhinah, the divine presence, the collective soul, it feels it in each and every part of it. Our lack of concern for the whole, that our reception and any of our work would be just like an organ in a body that will function to its best ability and consider only the health and well-being of the entire system. If we can feel our sorrow and detachment on behalf of the sorrow and detachment of the whole, which cannot feel itself as whole, then we're not just thinking about ourselves. And this prevents us from making that primary mistake. The same applies when one feels somewhat closer to holiness. When he's happy at having merited favor in the eyes of the Lord, he must say that the core of his joy is that now there is joy in the divine presence from having been able to bring her private organ near her and not send it away. It's the other side of the coin. And man rejoices at having been endowed with the ability to please the divine presence. So a person's happiness, again, is not for himself, though he will feel the joy, he'll feel the filling, he will feel the closeness. It won't be on behalf of himself. This is what we need to strive for. This is what Lishma is. This is what doing Torah and mitzvot, Lishman, for her name, which is not for myself, That is the goal, and that is what this enables us to do. My joy will be in the fulfilling of life as a whole, that it can be connected, reconnected, and then one is doing an action towards all of humanity and all of spirituality and all of creation. And every action is on behalf of the whole. This is the goal, and therefore you have exactly the same attitude towards it as the Creator does, and this is a greater similarity of form, and this is a higher level of bonding. Although the will to receive is necessary, since that constitutes a person, since everything which exists in a person apart from the desire to receive is attributed to the Creator. We are the will to receive. We can't escape it. It's how we use the will to receive. It says that constitutes the person. And yet, everything that's not the creature or the will to receive, everything that is not that, is the Creator. It's all attributed to Him. All action, all everything that we feel as outside, those are actions of the Creator guiding reality to bring us to complete fulfillment of the thought of creation. Nevertheless, the will to receive pleasure should be corrected to a form of bestowal. That is to say that the pleasure and the joy taken by the will to receive should be intended to bring contentment above, because there is pleasure below. For that was the purpose of creation, to benefit His creations. And this is called the joy of the divine presence above. This is the meaning of giving joy to the Creator. This is the meaning of giving joy to the Shekhinah. For this reason, man must seek advice as to how he can cause contentment above. And certainly, if he receives pleasure, contentment will be felt above. And therefore, he should long to always be in the king's palace and have the ability to play with the king's treasures. What are the king's treasures? These greater and greater levels of the will to bestow. This greater and greater similarity of form with He who set the entire system in motion. And that will certainly cause contentment above. It follows that his entire longing should be for the sake of the Creator. And that ends the article. And that is the entire system, and in it there is advice as to how a person can deal with their attitude towards everything that occurs in life, and through that gain a perception of the greater reality. The book of Shemati is filled with articles of enormous depth and power, and one can read these articles many, many times, and each time a completely different view and depth will be presented to a person. And we will look at some other articles from this book as we go through this series of lessons. Thanks for joining us, and join us again next time. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. In this lesson, we'll begin the first of two lessons on free will. We'll look at what it is, where it exists. Free will is an extremely important topic, and when we give classes to new students on the basic concepts of Kabbalah in a live situation, what we like to do is to hand out a questionnaire and have them answer a few questions so that they can keep a record of what their perception of things is at the beginning of these lessons, and then they can look at it later and see how their perceptions have changed. And one of the questions that's asked is, where do I have freedom of choice? And almost without exception, hundreds upon hundreds of students, and that's all of them, answer, I have freedom in everything. Because that's basically what this level of awareness is. The belief that we can choose everything. And that is so because on this level, the Creator is completely hidden. In other words, we don't really have any sense of the laws that create and govern our situations. But knowing what freedom is extremely important because we spend a tremendous amount of effort pursuing things and building things, perhaps over an entire lifetime based on what we think is an expression of our essence, something that we've chosen to be and build. Maybe for some people it's spirituality, for other people it's other things. But how can you express what your essence is if you don't really know what your I is? The search for the I, what is my I, is really the search for that point of freedom, the experience of not to be restricted by what is not me, not to be coerced by forces outside of the I, and to be able to direct the path of my life along the lines of what it is that I desire, to have the desired outcome that was intended. In previous lessons, we've already learned that we are affected by both inner and outer forces in the whole structure of creation. And these inner and outer parameters are always working on us. And the inner force, the inner parameter that is working on us is the fact that we work in a very narrow corridor between seeking out pleasure and avoiding pain. And this is the inner forces of my programming. But we really underestimate the effect of our created nature, of our will to receive. It is so powerful in terms of how we respond to things that we act really like a robot in every situation as long as we're functioning according to that program. Because we may think that we are choosing to do certain things, but we can't choose outside of those parameters of going towards pleasure and avoiding pain. And everything that we do is done for an egoistic reason, and it doesn't matter how it looks on the outside. The degree to which our egoism controls the events in our lives is, well, it's evident. Just look at the world, and you'll see the kind of relationships that people have with each other. They look very nice on the outside, but what's really happening is that any kind of giving, anything that appears to be an altruistic act, is really always a calculation for self-satisfaction. So even, giving of great amounts of money or expenditure of personal effort to help the poor or to heal the sick, there is a calculation there that pleasure is going to be gotten by the person as long as they're working within the will to receive. Either it'll be in the form of honor from others, or it will be in the form of a pleasure from thinking that I'm superior to others, even if I don't tell them about it. It's always a calculation sought out to receive pleasure into the will to receive. It governs everything, and as long as we function within that, it is a constant pressure that allows us to easily be guided from one situation to another according to an inner pressure. And the outer pressure is in our environment. And our environment consists of all of the stages in our development prior to where we are, which include everything that went before, and also the situation that we find ourselves in at the moment. So let's just go over what our situation is in terms of where we came from. In our original first state, as we were created in the creation of a creature, the four faces of direct light, in this condition, there was one soul in relation to the Creator, with no boundaries on that connection. This is the collective soul, Adam Harishon. And actually, this is the state we still live in, except that we have lost any sensation of our true condition. As this state was lowered through a number of phases by the force of development, which is the development of desire and also the development of the will to receive rather than the will to bestow, it arrived at the independent desire of the creature. Now, this is reflected in our experience this way. This state is experienced rather as a kind of a matrix, a lattice that contains 600,000 independent parts, individual souls, all related to each other. The relationship one to another and the influence between them is enormous. They are all interrelated, actually, in the way that they were related in their original state. But the awareness of this relationship is lost to each of the individual parts. Anything that is done in one of these parts, which is an individual desire, is felt through this interconnection in every other part. That is, there is an influence, an enormous influence that is felt throughout the entire system, given the condition or the interaction of the desire of any one of these. So nothing inside here actually functions as an individual. We perceive that it does. This is our sensation of it as a result of the hiddenness of our real state from us. And rather than feeling the interconnection, what we really feel is something more like this, that a person exists independent of others, right? And is a user and an exploiter of others. But really, the condition that we feel is more like this. I'll do it like that, connected to nothing. But the truth is that this collective soul is our environment, and it puts tremendous pressure on us in the form of our society, societal pressures, the way that everything in our environment affects us. So much of what we feel, and we'll see how much, comes from this and not from this. So, as you can see, we are influenced from all sides, inside and outside, and yet freedom is still achievable even in the material world in this lifetime, and not in some other world, as most religions say. But it takes a very special effort, and the effort is to rise above our nature, and that'll become clear as we go on. Let's look at how this happens in the natural world. Animals can show us that there is a quality in nature that really hates slavery. It hates a lack of freedom. If you take an animal and you put it into captivity, especially a wild animal, it will weaken, and in most cases it'll die. And even our pets, domesticated animals, you've got to make a deal with them. You know, you've got to compensate them for their loss of freedom by giving them a lot of food, giving them a certain kind of shelter and a lot of attention, and sort of building up one side of the equation for their will to receive. Otherwise, they simply will not see what's going on as anything but a loss of freedom. And this is the way that nature is constructed. Freedom is a powerful force, and everything is guided towards that freedom. Animals don't make mistakes because they're functioning completely within the law of nature. For instance, you'll see a cat can jump up on a table or up on a wall, and if you look at it really closely, and I've seen this with slow motion cameras, the cat will leap, but there's a point at which he seems almost to be lifted and just land precisely on the place. It's as though he's in the flow of some kind of energy that just takes him there. And animals don't make mistakes because they're not moving by knowledge. They themselves are not evaluating anything. An animal that's born knows what's good for it to eat, it knows where to find it, and none of this is coming from intelligence. It's all instinctive. It's all there ready for the animal. And even if it looks to us like an animal is making a mistake, like maybe one animal is eaten by another, for which animal is it a mistake? You know, the one that was eaten or the one that did the eating? We see it as a mistake because we are partially embedded in that level of animal, that a part of us is an animal, and we can't see completely outside of the system. And we apply that aspect to it, and we believe that we are seeing something losing and something gaining, where really the animal itself is working completely within nature and is part of a system that works like a cell within a body or an organ within a body, cell within an organ, organ within a body, that is working only for the fulfillment of the whole of the organism, not for the individual. And everything that happens, including when it's time to live and when it's time to die and all that, is done in agreement with the law of nature because the animal is locked into it. So you can see how completely predetermined everything is on that level. That's actually what we call instinct, is predetermination of that level. You can look at the condition of an animal, at least a biologist can, look at where an animal may be geographically, look at the time of the year, and be able to determine, according, say, to the age of the animal and all of those factors, what the next condition of that animal will be, because we know the influential factors of the animal. And we can see that to a certain degree because we're above that level of the system. But we can't see that about ourselves. And the fact that we don't see that is really what we call free will. For the human, free will really consists of a lack of information. It really consists of ignorance. Because we cannot see what the influencing factors are on us. We instead have the sensation that there really aren't any, that all of these conditions that we have are kind of random, they're a matter of fate, and that a person has their own individual response to everything and completely makes their own way. This is really not to sense where the influences are on us. So we have this vague sort of sense of free will, but we can't really define it. And we keep seeking freedom in all kinds of ways within the human system. And one of the clearest ways in which we can see this sort of turnover and seeking of freedom is in the evolution of political systems. What happens in organizations of people is that everything is fine until we feel that there is some kind of restriction on our ability to fulfill certain desires. The system seems to fail us, and then there's a kind of a revolution within it. There's a necessity for change because we are feeling a kind of coercion from the outside. And so we see the turnover of all kinds of systems over time, from hunter-gatherer and that kind of a system to that's simply not enough, and it doesn't allow us to fulfill certain kinds of desires. So larger organizations occur, kingships, and yet still the individual finds that he can't fulfill what he wants to fulfill. So forms of democracy occur, and this constantly turns over, but it's always an expansion only on the level of egoism. So even though we go through this process, it's a predetermined process, and we never really reach freedom because it's always on the level of the expansion of our nature. And the place of freedom and the point of freedom apparently is not there. It may be that this point of freedom is not vast as we think it is, that it's really one tiny determining factor, something very small in the scope of our experience. But it may be something small, but it's something extremely powerful and really all that's necessary. In Kabbalah, there is a law that goes, there is no coercion in spirituality. It's not possible to reach spirituality without freedom. In other words, a Kabbalist is not going to tell you, you must do this and you must not do that. The entire road to spirituality must be made of freedom. That is, you must feel free in it. The path itself must be free, and the goal itself has got to be freedom. And that's because you will only do what you consider to be good for you. That's the way that the system is built, and that's how we develop. That is, you'll only choose according to your desires. But the question is, where do your desires come from? Which ones are your desires? We are installed into this life. You find yourself in a family, you didn't choose the family. And yet there's all kinds of influences on you. Everything that you are, your character, is shaped by the values of your mother and your father, your community, your school, your set of friends, and everything that develops in you in terms of your personality, what you value, what you dream, what you suppose the limitations of things are. They're all defined for you by that situation. And you may, as a teenager, rebel. But that's not freedom either, because it's always only in opposition to those things that are presented before you, because you're not creating those things. You're merely responding to this set of choices. In other words, if you're going to have a dream about what your life is going to be, it's going to be one of a number set before you. It's like choosing items on a menu. And even when you leave that sort of situation of your school and the heavy influence of your parents, and you step out to make your way in the world, you still find that that organization and pressure of society is still affecting a person. And the things that we find valuable are the things that are advertised to us. And if we choose to value something else, it will be also one of the things on the menu. And this is a matter of us working both according to our inner programming, that is, we're going to choose according to what we feel is desirable to us, according to bitter and sweet, what do we want and what do we want to avoid, and we're going to choose it out of the things that are presented to us by society. So, if I act according to that programming, is that freedom? Even our most intimate thoughts and desires, geneticists are now able to show us actually are not ours. They're all predictable. From a tendency towards drug abuse or alcohol abuse, to whether a person would be criminal in nature or whether they would be a law-abiding citizen, and even states of elation that we consider to be religious experiences can be determined by positioning probes into the brain. So where is the freedom of those desires arising from an individual I? That's natural science, and that shows us how those things are determined in our egoistic nature. But Kabbalah shows us something even further than that, in a kind of spiritual genetic code, in which we are programmed not just in one lifetime, but over a multitude of lifetimes. And our development is completely laid out for us in the system of Reshamo, that is, remembrances of the stages in which we descended from the root of our soul. So if all we are just robots fulfilling either our egoistic programming or our spiritual development, where is freedom in this system? The I of the person, the point of freedom, does exist, but not in everything. We are completely subject to the forces that develop us internally and externally. But just as there is a means in Kabbalah to use our inner created nature, which is the will to receive, and transform that into the will to bestow, there also is a point of freedom that exists within the environment around us. There is a way of learning how the system of influence works and harnessing it to catapult us out of it into a higher level of life, into a bonding with the Creator. And that element is the root of our soul. The root of our soul is the desire to climb outward towards freedom. And it's not influenced by any of the things of our egoistic nature, including all of the environment, internal and external. If we cling to this parameter, this one parameter, if we cherish it and develop only by it, then we can ascend above that level of influence. And the Kabbalists give us a means of doing that. Next time, we will continue our investigation of freedom by looking at an article called The Freedom by Bala Salam. And in this article, it shows us exactly what the parameters of influence are, how they work on us over a multitude of lifetimes, and how to harness that one small part of it that will allow us to leave our limited perceptions and enter the spiritual world and fulfill the thought of creation, which is bonding with the Creator. See you then. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. We're continuing our look at free will. In our last lesson, we viewed it from the point of view of a person's experience in this world and try to find the point where we actually had some freedom of choice. And we found that we actually exist in a predetermined system. And that our sensation of free will really consists of our lack of knowledge about the forces that determine and guide things in our life. While in a human court, it's possible to appeal to the judge and claim that you don't know the law, and maybe the judge will give you compensation. When it comes to the laws of nature, there are no loopholes. The laws of nature function whether or not we know them. Since that's the case, then we better find out what these laws actually are, how they function, how things are guided, what is predetermined in the system. And once we know that, then we can search for that point of choice and see if there is a way that it's possible to influence the system, to guide it towards what we would call freedom, something that would be real choice. So let's look at the laws. Bala Salam wrote an article called The Freedom. He wrote it in the early part of the 20th century. And this article explains how every form that we see in our reality takes its origin from the instant of creation. And from that point forward, it develops by means of 4 components. And those components have brought it to the form that we see it in now and will bring it eventually to its perfection. It explains the laws and the forces that work on everything in creation and where the point of freedom exists. So let's look at the article. He starts the article with a quote from Midrash Shemot Rabbah 41. Carved, herut, on the stones. Do not pronounce it carved, harut, but rather freedom, herut, to show that they are freed from the angel of death. Now, this is a curious statement. Why does he start this whole article out on freedom, speaking about the defeat of the angel of death? It's because he is examining the force of development and the laws of nature, not just from the physical level, but as they apply to all levels, that is, all of our reality. And he is showing in this article that the same principles that work on the lower levels of nature also work on the higher levels of nature. And when we are connected to those and understand them from their source level, that we can begin to see what life and what death actually is. So in order to appreciate the full scope of what Bala Salam is speaking about in this article, we need to know something about the nature of forms in the higher level of existence. The Kabbalists tell us that all the generations that have existed in this world are really the same generation. That is, they are the same soul. And this progression that we call life and death is merely a change of the dressing on the essential self of the soul, which is a collective soul. That is, that the body may come and go, but that has no effect whatsoever on what it's dressing, that essence of the soul. And that we have progressed over a lifetime which consists of thousands of years. In other words, the collective soul of Adam Harishon was created as a collective, descended to this world in time and space, and then began its development, experiencing its search for freedom and its search for satisfaction through the pursuit of desires. And it experienced itself as a bunch of individuals not related to each other. And then, since it didn't reach its goal of freedom, it moved on to another stage and came back as another generation of apparent individuals working to find freedom through the pursuit of this desire. Wealth, and so on and so forth, passing through what we call history, passing to the point of the destruction of the Second Temple, where Kabbalah was hidden, and where they pursued power and honor, and then moving on to the point where we are now, which is the point of 1995, after Kabbalah has ceased to be hidden, and we enter a period of collective correction. That is, for the first time, we are capable of sensing ourselves as that collective, as what we really are, as our source. And from this point forward, our development needs to be along the lines of our actual essence, to reach this desire not for knowledge, but for the spiritual. And this is what Bala Salam explains to us by taking a look at a particular example in nature. He uses the example of the seed of a stalk of wheat. So he tells us that what our me, that is, what the human consists of in general, is 4 factors. 1, he calls the bed. 2, the conduct of cause and effect related to the bed's own attribute, which remains unchanged. 3, the internal cause and effect that change as a result of contact with external or alien forces. And 4, the cause and effect of alien forces acting on it completely from the outside. He explains it this way. A, the bed, meaning the first matter, related to that being. For there's nothing new under the sun, and any event that will occur in our world is not existence from absence, but rather existence from existence. It is an entity which has stripped off its former shape and taken on another different from the first, and that entity is regarded as the bed. In it lies the strength destined to be revealed and determined at the end of the formation of that emergence. Therefore, it is certainly regarded as its primary cause. So this first factor is called the basis. It is called matzah. It is the essential basic material that we are created from. This was given to us by the Creator, it's installed in us, and it defines our entire essence. And it is something that the Creator made from nothing. It is existence from non-existence, something from nothing. And this is our first material, and it was made before what we feel as ourselves. And Bala Salam uses the analogy of a seed, because we can only really understand a process if we can view it using our mind and senses from above. And so we know that we can take a seed and we can cause its death, so to speak, its decomposition, by placing it into the soil, in which case it will completely decompose. It will become dust. It will lose its life and the shape, the form that it had. But at the end of its decomposition, it then becomes another form of life. And that essence, that matzah or basis, which is pure information, is transferred from that seed into the new form. And the new form will be a stalk of wheat. So we see that the essence is not controlled in any way by the dressing. It's something that can dress or undress into new forms of life. Now, if we can begin to see that same system working in regards to our level, then we can begin to see what is occurring and to be able to direct what is occurring. We may be able to find a point by which we actually have some kind of choice in the process. And this basis, this matzah, consists of the origin and the mentality of all of our ancestors. That is, their mental qualities plus all of their accumulated knowledge. And these will be felt in us, in our new form of life, as unconscious tendencies. They start out that way. And they can be expressed either positively or negatively, depending on the necessary development of that next stage of life. And these consist of our own mental, emotional qualities plus physical qualities. Now, this basis cannot be affected by us in any way. This is created before us, and we have no influence on it. Bala Salam continues, the second factor. It is a conduct of cause and effect that is related to the bed's own attribute, which does not change. Take, for example, a stalk of wheat that rots in the ground, as a result of which many stalks of wheat grow. Thus, that rotten phase is deemed the bed, meaning that the essence of the wheat has stripped off its former shape, which is the shape of wheat, and taken on the shape of rotten wheat, which is the seed that we call the bed, which is now stripped of any shape. Now, after rotting in the ground, it has become worthy of dressing in another shape. That is the shape of many stalks of wheat destined to grow from that bed, which is the seed. And it's known to all that this bed is destined to become neither cereal nor oats, but it can only be compared to its former shape, which has now been stripped off it, being the single stalk of wheat. And although it changes to a certain degree, both in quality and quantity, for the former shape was just one stalk, and now there are 10 or 20 stalks, and in taste and appearance too, but the essence of the shape of the wheat remains unchanged. Thus, there is a conduct of cause and effect ascribed to the bed's own attribute, which never changes. That cereal will never emerge from wheat, as we've said, and this is called the second factor. So how can we understand this? Here we have the first factor, the matzah, the essence of the creation or of the form. Inside of the matzah, we have those qualities that make up its essence, the ones that will continue to be incorporated into new forms of life. This is the first factor, the basis. This is number one. Around that is what he calls the second factor, or the conduct of cause and effect that is related to the bed's own attribute. Now, what that means is that there exists a program that is related only to the qualities within the essence of the basis. It's like a computer program, and it's aimed directly at those qualities within the essence, and the program is a program of development. So that this is actually part of the predetermined aspect of a form. This is also something that cannot be affected whatsoever. It is a fixed system, and it's designed to work precisely on the development of those qualities within the essence. And this is the second factor. And as the first one, we cannot influence these things. These are determined by the Creator. There is complete and total creation and management of these two levels. And this essence, through the effect of this program, will be brought through its full development, through time, space, and everything that it has to develop into its final perfection. The next two factors, the third and the fourth, are external to what we've just seen. They're external to the soul. And they pressure us by developing us in a way that we feel is against our will. Baal Salam continues. The third factor, the inner cause and effect. It is the conduct of the inner cause and effect of the bed that change upon encountering the alien or external forces of its environment, meaning that we find that from one stalk of wheat which rots in the ground emerge many stalks, sometimes larger and better than was prior to the sowing. Therefore, there must be additional factors involved here that have collaborated with the concealed force from the environment, meaning the bed. And because of that, the additions in quality and quantity that were absent from the previous form of the wheat have now become apparent. Those are the minerals and the materials in the ground, the rain and the sun. All these operate on it by allocating from their forces and joining in with the force in the bed itself, that through cause and effect have produced the multiplication of quantity and quality in that emergence. We must understand that this third factor joins in with the internality of the bed because the hidden force in the bed controls them. That means that its effect is only felt because it touches something in the inner program and the quality itself. That is, if you did the same thing of, say, water and wind on a stone as opposed to a plant, it would produce nothing. It has to be related, cause and effect, according to the inner qualities. So there are still extreme specifics in the effects external to the soul that are related directly to it. That at long last these changes all belong to the wheat and to no other plant. Therefore we determine them as internal factors. However, they differ from the unchanging factor in every aspect, whereas the third factor makes changes in both quality and quantity. So this third factor, the externals, can affect the development in a partial way. It doesn't affect the essence. It just affects the quality, whether it will develop in a good or a bad way, according to things that surround it that influence the program of development. In other words, you could create an experiment in which you put a seed in the ground and two seeds. One in an area where there was no sun and not enough water, and one that had prime circumstances where there was plenty of sun, water, the right temperatures, good soil. And what you will see is you'll still see the same plant growing. It'll still be wheat, but it'll either be good wheat or bad wheat, or it will be many or few stalks. And this is the third factor, the external forces or the alien forces that combine with the essence and its program. So we can have these forces of of weather and sun and minerals and so on. And these, again, are directed at the program. So it affects how well the program will work on the basis. This is 3. So this is external to the soul. It's felt as an alien force, something against our will. But we can't determine what are the forces that are going to work on this program. Certain forces enhance the program, others have no effect on it. In other words, we don't have any direct control on this third factor either. The fourth factor. It is a conduct of cause and effect through alien forces that act upon it from the outside, meaning that they do not have a direct relation to the wheat, such as minerals or rain or the sun, but they are factors that are alien to it, such as nearby plants or external events, such as hail or wind. And you find that 4 factors combine to the wheat throughout its growth, and each particular situation the wheat is subject to during that time becomes conditioned by the 4 of them. That the quantity and the quality of each state is determined by them. And as we've portrayed in the wheat, so is the rule in every emergence in the world, even in thoughts and ideas. The entire chain of transformation, of the reaching of freedom, is intended to occur by the thought of creation within one lifetime. And this is called the end of correction. And until that occurs, we find ourselves continuing our development, returning to what we call a physical experience. This is all predetermined for us. There's only one thing that we can change in this entire system, and that is the speed of development, so that it can be achieved in one lifetime. This fourth factor is the one thing in which we have influence. That is, the entire system of predetermined development is affected by the place, the environment in which it occurs. So a person can have very negative or weak first and second factors, and still by placing these factors and this system of development and its essence in the proper environment, the quality of development can be enhanced and its speed can be accelerated enormously. This is our one small area of freedom. It's tiny, but its effect is enormous. So what is it that is under development by these 4 factors on the human level? It's only intention, it's thought. How can we be responsible for things for which we have no control? Our initial thoughts and deeds are not under our control. Only our ability to choose an environment. When does this become important? At the point at which the point in the heart appears within the soul of a person. Then the Creator takes that person and places them in an environment that will allow all of these factors within the soul to develop to perfection. And this environment must be an environment of the human level, that is, it must be made up of thought and intention. Therefore, the correct environment, the one thing that a person has to do in choosing that is to choose the right thoughts, that is, the correct map of reality and the course towards its fulfillment, that is, the correct books. A person needs the correct group of friends, ones that have exactly the same desire to fulfill their development within one lifetime according to the correct thoughts, and a guide that will give them the correct method to take them through that. When the point in the heart appears, the Creator brings a person into that environment made of those forces and factors that allow the soul to complete its transformation within one lifetime. Join us again when we go further into the correct books and the correct method. See you then. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. Because Kabbalah deals with the connection that a person has to the upper forces, to the spiritual, to the Creator, it's generally thought of as being a religion. Now, it's not a religion, but it's associated that way because religious people believe in the existence of the Creator. They have a kind of a relationship with the Creator through prayer. And they also do things, actions that they feel that they are assured by their tradition are what the Creator requires of them. And by doing these things, a relationship of closeness is built in the context of religion. So if they have all these things, a relationship, the existence of the Creator, actions to bring them closer, well, what else could there possibly be than that? Well, really, there isn't more than that. It's just a question of how that is done, the paradigm in which that occurs. Kabbalah is not a religion, it's a method. It's actually a science. It's a way of establishing a direct relationship with the Creator. And it uses similar components as the religious approach does, but its paradigm is completely different. The difference comes in whether a person approaches these very same elements with the goal of internality or externality. And Kabbalah describes a process that is considered to be internality. The difference between the two is extremely marked, and if you take the approach of the paradigm of Kabbalah and apply it to these very same elements of religion, a person doing those same actions can have a completely different experience, a direct connection with the upper force and an enhanced grasp and attainment not only of the pleasures of life, but of the reality of the Creator's mind. This is a real relationship. So let's take a look at what the difference is and what it is that a person can do with these elements in order to achieve this kind of relationship. We are going to read from an article by Rav Michael Lightman called The Difference Between Kabbalah and Religion. In this article, he points out the precise difference. It's a small thing, but the insight is life-changing. He says, "Religion assumes that the Creator changes his attitude to the person depending on the person's actions. The science of Kabbalah, however, states that the upper force is invariable and the actions of a person can in no way affect it. Instead, the person's actions can change himself. He will be able to perceive the upper governance differently if his own changes are aimed towards greater resemblance. He will be able to perceive the Creator as kind and good. By increasing the difference between his properties, which are properties of reception, and those of the Creator, which are properties of bestowal, he will feel the Creator's attitude as more negative." When we look at where we live, look at the environment that surrounds us, we can see that we are completely dependent on the environment. It can do anything that it wants to us. There are huge forces out there that we try to understand. We try to learn about them through science, and to the degree that we can control them, we do. We do everything we can to control them because they're awesome. And when we find that we can't control them, then we try to take another approach. We try to cut a deal with them. We ask for things from them. We make a kind of sacrifices. We try to take actions that we think will have some kind of an effect on these forces that we can't control directly. All of this deal-making really amounts to what you could call prayer, because we relate to everything that we see according to how we understand things. And we believe that nature responds like we do. That is, if we do something nice to a person, that person will probably do something nice back to us. This is how we see things out of our nature. This is a quality of our egoism. And because of this, we look at the laws of nature that we don't understand, and we suppose that the law of nature also acts egoistically. If I do something good to it, it will do something good to me. That's because we're egoists, and everything that we see appears to us in that form. So we find ourselves trying to ameliorate situations in our lives and conditions against large forces by being nice to people, doing something in terms of charity, or helping animals, or doing something with society, and making personal sacrifices. And the hope is that we will get a good attitude returned to us from these hidden, awesome forces. There are many expressions in the Kabbalistic texts indicating the invariance of the Creator's attitude towards the created beings. I do not change my name. He is good and bestows goodness upon his creatures, good and bad. The upper light is absolutely static. I'm sure you've seen these in scriptures and in prayers, and they seem really mysterious. What could this possibly be talking about? What it speaks about is that the quality of the Creator, this quality of bestowal, is not something that changes. It's not something that we can ask to change. And it always functions in exactly the same way, always doing exactly the same thing. It's what's called that the light is at rest. It's also what the meaning of Shabbat is. Shabbat is considered to be the highest connection with the highest state that a man can reach in this world and above this world, a connection with the world of Absolute. And this is considered to be a state of rest. What does rest mean? The light is at rest because it has a quality that never alters. It's always creating and caring for all of creation. It is a constant attitude of all-embracing love. So the Kabbalists who have exited their nature, their egoistic nature, their lower nature, and have penetrated into the spiritual world, tell us about this quality of constancy in the upper light. And they tell us that nature functions by a completely opposite idea to the one that we have when we try to cut deals with it. And we see that the upper force is one that doesn't change, nor does it need to change, because if it is constant, if it is bestowal, then it can't be bestowal sometimes and not other times, because then it's not bestowal. So it either is an upper force or it's not an upper force. And if, as all religions say, the Creator is good, then if we can't feel that that's so, then the problem is really with us and not with the upper force. Therefore, a prayer is called self-judgment or self-analysis. This is when a person does not appeal to the Creator, but judges himself instead and analyzes himself with regards to the upper invariable force. As the person changes, he corrects himself relative to the invariable and absolute Creator. This attitude towards himself and towards the Creator constitutes the difference between Kabbalah and religion. Even though religion calls for certain personal changes, religion is based on pleading with the Creator. In this world, religions are similar to the most ancient beliefs, which extensively practice bribing the upper forces of nature. So if we can't bribe him, what do we pray for? What do we call out to him for? We need to ask him to change us in such a way that we can understand him. We need to change our tools of perception and not ask that the Creator change his attitude towards us. We know this because of what the Kabbalists have brought us. Because this is not something that was created out of our nature, but comes from those who have exited that aspect of nature and brought us this idea in the books of Kabbalah. And of course, the Torah and our other scriptures are all part of Kabbalah. And this is why we say that these are the words of God, because they come from the level above the nature of man. And it's telling us to take a completely different, opposite attitude towards what it is that we request in our process of development. And that's why it's said that the rule of Torah is opposite to the rule of landlords. Torah is the upper light. Landlords is our nature, our egoistic nature. In the article he says, a conviction in the change of the Creator's attitude to the person leads to envy. Who is treated by the Creator with greater love, and who is more divinely chosen? It causes antagonism to arise, not only among people, but also between religions. The representatives of various confessions dispute whose prayers the Creator is inclined to answer more willingly. Let's look at this paradigm, this difference between Kabbalah and religion, this way. We see that in religion we have people in this world who believe in an upper force, the Creator. And there are events or forces, situations, that come to the people from this upper force. The upper force is responsible for everything in this conception. Now, these events are felt either as positive events or negative events by the people in this world. Now, when a person feels one of these events as negative, then he begins to take action as explained to him by the religious approach. He will make, one, actions that are determined to make an effect on the upper situation here, to change this experience from a negative to a positive. So he will do actions of charity, he will do actions of self-sacrifice, he will do things in his community, all in order to make an effect here, to get a good result. And he will also raise a request called prayer, depending on the mercy of the Lord, which he sees as expressed in the variance that he believes happens here in the Creator's attitude. In other words, the Creator is inconsistent. Sometimes he will do a good thing to me, and sometimes he will do a bad thing to me. And in this combination of actions that are taken and this pleading, there will be an influence so that instead of getting this bad result or bad attitude from the Creator, it will be changed through these things to a positive one in the experience of the person making the request. So that means that the perception that the person has of the Creator plus the Creator's attitude is completely inconsistent. It's variable. It can either be positive or it can be negative. And really, here, the man does not discover anything about the actual nature of the Creator, because he is operating the entire system based on a governing principle that exists for him here, which is to experience only good. But that's good in terms of the definition of this guiding principle, which is egoism. That is, I don't want things to change here. I do not want to feel any bad things from the Creator. So I want my situation to remain the same, and I want the Creator's attitude to change around me while I receive a comfortable and good situation through this definition. Not only for me, I mean, maybe the person doesn't act outwardly, apparently as an egoist. They're not trying to act like an egoist. They may be concerned for their family, for their nation, for the ecosystem, but still, what they're trying to do is to get the Creator to change an attitude which is considered to be bad. In the Kabbalistic paradigm, we have exactly the same elements. We have a Creator, we have people in the world, and we have events affecting the people. Some of these events are felt by the Kabbalist as positive or negative. Now, because the Kabbalist already starts from the principle that everything that occurs is actually good, all actions of the Creator do not change, they're always good. Therefore, all of the events that are occurring in the person's life are also good. And where is the place that the person can appeal to for grace, as in this place here, where the religious person can request a good outcome, that the Creator should show grace to them? Well, the point of variance and the point of invariance is completely different in these two paradigms. Here, we find that the Creator and all of these forces are invariable. Here, we find that the person's attitude is invariable. The person does not change, does not grow. The Creator being invariable and the forces from the Creator being invariable means that the only place of variation is in the attitude of the person themselves. They are more or less able to feel the goodness, the fact of the goodness behind each of these events that the Creator sends to them. And because the prayer that the Kabbalist raises is a prayer to understand both the invariability of the events and the very thought behind it, it's working by a completely different governing principle. This governing principle is the thought of creation that determines that why everything that happens is good. So the person is continually raising a request to make him understand how everything here is good. And as a result, the person themselves rises in their understanding to see how every apparent outward event, looking good or bad, actually is just another expression of the invariably good intention that comes from the Creator. So as a result, an intimate knowledge is created for the person through this attitude. That is, the man changes, the man rises. And this is a constant dynamic, whereas here, this is a constant stasis. In other words, this is called by Kabbalists the holy still, the sacred still. Not because it is not connected to the holy or the sacred, but because it has no desire to actually change. So its prayer does not change the reality of the person. This prayer only gives a person, it's a kind of psychological trick that gives us a kind of a peace of mind that says everything is okay whether or not I really understand how the laws of nature function or what the Creator's actual attitude is. It allows me to feel comfortable, to say everything will be okay in the future, in another world, in another life, and please don't change anything in my surroundings. But you serve me because the worlds were made for man. Yes, the worlds were made for man, but the worlds were made to raise man through all of the various worlds until man would achieve the thing that the Creator intended for him. That is, to be equivalent with the Creator. And it's only because Kabbalists have used this method and have risen to this level that they were able to give us the scriptures and the instructions that we now read with this egoistic point of view. This is the true meaning of what they have given to us, and this is the way that we can achieve the same things that we find in the scriptures. However, the Creator doesn't listen to the words that we utter, but instead reads the feelings in our hearts. Therefore, it's senseless to spend time and energy on uttering beautiful phrases that have no inner heartfelt meaning. The only thing required of us is to strive towards the Creator with our whole being, to understand the essence of our desires, and to ask the Creator to alter them. Most important, we should never stop communicating with the Creator. Join us again. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. Over the past 12 weeks, we have been looking at important concepts in Kabbalah. We haven't covered all of them, but it's time now to take what we have been looking at and to focus on what the goal really is, figure out what the target is. You see, in coming to study Kabbalah, the first part of the process is about defining the goal, eliminating things that are of no use to us, defining those things that we can use, and then how to use it. And really the whole process, even after that, is a refinement of keeping the aim on the target. Now, last week we talked about, structurally, about prayer, what prayer consists of. Now let's look at what prayer is from a feeling state, the inner part, what a person experiences. Let's define the target now in the work of Kabbalah by taking a look at what it is that we're actually asked to do to change in our inner state in order to reach what we call equivalence of form with the Creator. And what does it mean to go above reason in the work? We've seen that in various articles. What does it mean to build a second nature above the nature that we were given by the Creator, to go in the work by opposing the dictates of our lower nature that control everything that we do? We are going to investigate this by looking at the article Lishma by Bala Salam. Now, lishma means for her sake, for her name's sake. And lishma means the state that we need to reach in order to attain equivalence of form with the Creator. He begins. In order for a person to obtain lishma, one needs an awakening from above, because that is an illumination from above, and it is not for the human mind to understand. But he that tastes knows. It is said that taste and see that the Lord is good. So, in the first place, this thing that we have to attain is not within our nature, and our nature is defined as the will to receive for myself alone. That is, no matter what action it is that we find ourselves taking, no matter how it appears in this world, no matter how altruistic its outward quality is as an action, we're still doing it based only on the parameters of our nature. And that the nature of lishma requires awakening from above means that because it's not in our nature, it is something we have to obtain outside of it. And there's no way for us to truly understand what this is within our nature. That is, we can't really use our mind, what we call our reason, in order to proceed in this process. We don't disregard the normal things that our mind tells us, but its purpose in spiritual ascent is completely different from its purpose in our day-to-day lives, getting the things that have to do with our survival and the happiness of our lower nature, which is our animal. So it won't be by means of our mind that we're going to proceed here. The only way that we can proceed is, as he says, taste and see that the Lord is good. That it's going to have to be something not in the mind, but something yet tangible to us. How we experience things, what the overall feeling is, what the greater experience within us actually is. He continues, because of that, upon accepting the burden of the kingdom of heaven, one needs for it to be in utter completeness, meaning only to bestow and not at all to receive. Very, very important. When a person determines that they are going to begin this work of a direct contact with the Creator, a very clear line needs to be drawn as to what it is we're trying to achieve. This state of lishma is not sometimes to give and sometimes to take. It has to be a complete grasp, but you must enter the state totally. So the desire for it also has to be complete. And when a person decides to do this, they aim at not fooling themselves. They aim at looking very carefully what their actual responses are to things. And he continues, if a person sees that his organs do not agree with that idea, he has no other counsel except prayer, to pour his heart to the Lord, to help him make his body consent to enslaving himself to the Creator. Now, don't get put off by the word enslaved. Bala Salam is writing all the time from how it feels within our experience. So, from the will to receive, the idea that we would move to a state where our inner intentions would only be in order to receive, in order to bestow, that is not for myself. At the beginning of the path, this feels like, this is enslavement, or I will disappear, or so on. But you must keep in mind that we're not talking ever about trying to control the normal desires of our animal level. These things we don't have to deal with. It'll confuse you to start thinking that way. All of those things that you need for your survival, for your daily life, for your family, for the simple pleasures of your existence, these things don't have to change. We're not speaking about taking a special diet or making external actions, or don't do this and do this. We cannot control what's placed before us that compels us to have to act, even our own desires. The question is not, what am I doing? The question is, why am I doing? So if we can't depend either on the circumstances or our own intelligence It's clear that the whole purpose of these things happening for us is simply so that we should realize that we require light from above, that this awakening from above can only come as a result of the fact that we decided to make a whole attempt at something that in the end must be whole. That is, Lishma is not, it's not partial, and neither is the desire to reach it partial. So this way of progressing means that out of a person's own set of desires, his own longing to reach this, he must reach a place of wholeness within himself towards it. If the only thing that he wants is this, and if he realizes that the capacity to do it is not within himself, but only above, he must rely on the upper force to change him. This is what we call drawing the light, or makif, the surrounding light, drawn by effort. But what's the effort? And do not say that if Lishma is a gift from above, then what good is one's surmounting and efforts and all the remedies and corrections that one performs in order to come to Lishma if it depends on the Lord? Our sages said, in that regard, you are not free to rid yourself of it. Rather, one must offer the awakening from below, and that is the prayer. There cannot be a genuine prayer if he does not know in advance that without prayer it cannot be attained. And everything that comes to a person as a result of this is the latter. It is what needs to be surmounted. And unless there is this attempt to surmount it, regardless of the fact that everything is in the Creator's hands, there is no place for the Creator to give the gift. So this desire for this is really prayer. So what does it feel like to have that desire? If a person attempts it, they try to look at their actual intention when they're doing something, when they're receiving a pleasure, when they think about another person and they do some kind of act for it. If they're honest, they will look into that intention deeply, and they'll begin to see where they are unlike it. And the feeling that there is more, that I'm unlike this quality that I want to reach, feels both as an aspiration and as a disappointment. Remember, we can't proceed in this without a need. How do we sense needs? We feel that there's something lacking, right? You may not even know what it is, but in the case of a Kabbalist and somebody on the path, no matter what it is that's occurring, we know what it is. The only thing that it can be is that I lack the pleasure that I actually seek here, which is the direct contact with the Creator. A prayer feels like a lack, a loss, a need, an emptiness. And it's not something that comes from within our reason. Well, if I do this, then I'll get this. I hope God didn't hear me say that. It's either the feeling is there, either the need exists within us, or it doesn't. And that is the awakening from below, and that's also the kli. That is the preparation for the entry of the light. Therefore, the acts and the remedies that he performs in order to obtain Lishma create the corrected vessels to want to receive the Lishma. Then, after all the deeds and the remedies, can the prayer be in earnest because he has seen that all of his deeds brought him no benefit? Only then can he pray an honest prayer from the bottom of his heart, and the Creator hears this prayer and gives him the gift of Lishma. We should also know that by attaining Lishma, one puts the evil inclination to death, because the evil inclination is called receiving for himself, whereas by attaining the aim to bestow, one cancels the thought of his own good. And the death of the evil inclination means that one no longer uses one's vessels of reception for himself. And since they are no longer operative, they are considered dead. We must know first that we don't want to feel this at all. That's what he means by it is put to death. And the process is that slowly, as these comparisons are done between what we really feel and a proper unchanging target, like a fixed goal that we have, that the sensation within the kli actually does, within the person's sensation, actually changes. And the desire to receive in order to fill some kind of personal satisfaction, it wanes, it changes. Slowly it goes through a transformation, as long as it is by a process of real prayer and real need. It is as the Maggid, or the Seir of Duvna, says regarding the verse, "Thou hast not called upon me, O Jacob, neither hast thou worried thyself about me, O Israel," meaning that he who works for the Creator has no effort. On the contrary, one is content and high-spirited. But he who does not work for the Creator but for other purposes cannot complain to the Creator for not giving him livelihood in the work, since he worked for another cause. One can only complain to the one he works for and demand of him to give him his vitality and pleasure in the work. It is said about such people, "Anyone that trusts them shall be like them that maketh them." And he's speaking here about idols. So the work that has to be done needs to be done only for this goal of lishma, for the reaching of complete intention of bestowal. If the work is done for any other reason, then you can't complain to the upper force that it's not answering your prayer, that there should be some kind of a fulfillment. Also, it's only work here in our lower nature for which we require some kind of payment or personal fulfillment. The work done for lishma in reaching a sensation, imagine it, reaching a sensation of experiencing everything for the benefit of others without a thought for oneself. This is in our intention. What possible payment could anybody ask except the fulfillment of reaching that desire? Because there all boundaries disappear, all suffering ends, not just for me, that is, not just for the person on the path, but for everybody around them. 100% effort, external, internal, is being put into the well-being of all life. So the payment for on the path of lishma, even though we find ourselves differing from this quality and maybe feeling kind of an emptiness or suffering at the moment that we realize, oh no, I'm still not at my goal, I still haven't reached that place. It's payment, it is excitement, it's high spirits, as he says, because you know you're on the adventure, you're on the path, you're on the hunt to hit that bullseye. Do not be surprised that when one takes upon himself the burden of the kingdom of heaven, meaning when he wants to work only to bestow to the Creator, that he still feels no vitality at all. This vitality should compel one to accept the burden of heaven, and one should accept it coercively against his better judgment, meaning, even if you're on the path, what should happen is that your sensation of being fulfilled by anything other than that, it just wanes. And a person proceeds against their better judgment. Now, this is what is meant by above reason in the work. If you listen to the ground rules of your will to receive, your body, basically, it will say, what are you doing this for? This doesn't make any sense. You're just screwing everything up here for me. This is always the argument, and a person will always see and hear everything around them working against it. But this is in order for us to be able to, he says, accept the work coercively. He means do not listen to what the will to receive says, but understand that this doubt that comes before us from the will to receive actually enables us to make this choice by free will. I'm not being controlled either by my lower nature, nor is the upper force saying, I'm going to make this easy for you and just pull you like this and you're going to feel wonderful in a payment. No. Now you're in a place where free will really exists. You are neither controlled by your lower nature nor by the Creator. You are working in what is called a middle line. That is, it's up to you and your own intention, an individual, uncoerced intention, to become like the Creator. And this is the only way, when this exists as a matter of free will within the person, to choose that path where there's no payment either way. This is the real achievement. This is the trick. And this is why all of this is hidden from us, because it's so completely opposite to our normal way of functioning through the control of our will to receive. Meaning that the body should not agree to this enslavement. For why does the Creator not shower him with vitality and delight? In fact, this is a great correction. If it were not for that, the will to receive would have agreed to this work, and he would never have been able to attain Lishma. Rather, he would always work for his own good, to satisfy his own desires. It is as people say, that the thief himself cries, "Catch the thief," and then you can't tell which is the real thief in order to catch him and to reclaim the theft. If things function the way that they do here, and we receive some kind of an egoistic fulfillment from this work, we would become slaves. This is where the real enslavement would occur. We would become machines, and we'd never be able to go beyond that to reach any point of freedom whatsoever. But when the thief, meaning the will to receive, does not find the work of accepting the burden of the kingdom of heaven tasteful, because the body accustoms itself to work against its own desire, it can begin to work with the single purpose of bringing contentment to the Maker. To work against our nature, it means to get a sensation of what is required for us on our next level. When we feel a difficulty usually in the form of a doubt or a temptation, not of doing a certain kind of action. Kabbalists don't deal with the physical level of actions, but when the temptation is to believe that my life would be better if I simply pursued this for myself, that I see the people around me successful who pursue this, when the doubt comes to say it should be this other way, working against nature means not to use that level of reason. Recognize it. It's the only thing that the animate level within the person can say. What do you expect it to be? It can't be anything other than that. The speaking level, the higher level, the one that a person is attempting to give birth to from this point in the heart that you felt at the beginning of this path, that is like a spiritual embryo, now is going to become a person. If that's going to happen, then the reason, the thinking, the logic behind how you will proceed has to be the logic of the Creator. It's an opposite logic. So we can immediately sense what the next thing is that has to occur for us by the doubt that comes up. It's like a radar system that immediately shows us precisely the thing that has to be worked on. And then it is impossible to proceed except by faith here. And this is what's meant by faith, not a belief, not like, well, some wise guy told me that this is the way that it should be, so what the heck, I'll do it and everything will be okay. No. It must be that the desire to feel the upper mind means that I will not allow myself to be guided by my desire to receive for myself, either spiritually or corporally. That I will make the effort anyway, I'll do it as an experiment, and I will see what the results are. I will put that effort in. What will the effort give me? The effort will give me a need. Big reward. It's a huge reward, actually. The need will be a need specifically for what it is that I couldn't achieve. It will raise the person above the doubt. It will create not a physical vessel, but now a spiritual vessel that exists above the will to receive. A second nature begins to be built there. That is, desires not for this physical level, which are already perfected, done. We don't have to deal with that. Creator did that. But here we begin to build and grow a man, a spiritual creature that is made up of a desire, because that's what the creature is. It's just a desire, but it's a specific desire only for the Creator's mind towards everything else, towards what now begins to be below the person, These are real sensations. This is something that a person actually feels, an attainment, an enlightenment, a spiritual ascent in which reality appears very differently to that person. One's intention should be only for the Lord, as it says, "Then thou shalt delight thyself in the Lord." Thus, when first he served the Lord, he did not sense any pleasure in the work, and rather it was done by coercion. But now that he's accustomed himself to the work in order to bestow, he merits delighting in the Lord. The work itself renders one with pleasure and vitality, and this is considered that the pleasure is aimed at the Creator. Join us again. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. You've heard us speak several times about the ladder of ascent from our current perceptions, limited perceptions of reality, to all the way up the 125 levels until a person reaches equivalence of form with the Creator. We can't explain each and every one of these steps, but it's important to know, in general, where a person is aimed at, where we are supposed to go, what the attainment really consists of. And Bala Salam, in his introduction to the study of the 10 spheres, the 10 Sephirot, covered a lot of very important fundamental information. One of the things that he talks about is the states that a man can be certain that he will go through in the attainment of this higher perception. He breaks it down into 5 states. And within these 5 states there are many levels, and this accounts for the 125 that's spoken of in the ladder. Let's take a look at what a person can expect to experience. And by doing that, we will also be able to see something about a very important component in the study of Kabbalah. That is, why Kabbalists study in a group, where that exists on the path, why it's there, and how it helps us attain the states that are outlined here. So here they are laid out on a graph. Here are the states that we go through on our path back to the source of our soul. In the physical world, we find that there are 2 major states: double concealment, and then when we pass through that, single concealment. At the end of that state, there is the barrier between the physical and the spiritual world, and the first state that we enter in the spiritual world is a state of correction. Now, I'm going to explain these to you. After we go through that, we find that there is the first revelation, a high level of contact with the Creator's nature. And then finally, second revelation, the conclusion of the path and the reaching of equivalence of form with the Creator. Let's take a look at what double concealment consists of. Bala Salam describes it this way. Double concealment is concealment inside concealment. In this state, the person doesn't even feel the opposite side of the Creator, cannot perceive anything as coming from him. He feels that the Creator has abandoned him, disregards him completely. He attributes suffering to destiny and blind nature. Being confused by the Creator's attitude towards him, the man loses faith. Now, we're not speaking about somebody who is not on the path here. This is not the state of the world in general or of the masses, for whom the reality of the Creator does not exist in them as anything really tangible or anything that motivates them. This is about a person who is in a kind of an unconscious state in regards to this desire, but still finds that his life and its direction is becoming organized by a desire to really understand why things happen to him the way that he does. So that a person feels that there is a creator, but that he's abandoned, that's already a relationship, and it's already the beginning of a desire. That's why we call it the beginning of a path. And it says that he loses faith. So Baal Salam describes what the visceral sort of experience is for the person. When the person prays about his misfortunes and he performs good deeds, he receives no response. That is, he's trying to have a relationship with the Creator, but it's based on his confused understanding. He makes a movement towards the Creator. After he stops praying, he suddenly receives an answer. So in his first action, according to his understanding, nothing. Creator's not there. Abandoned me. When he stops, he begins to feel comfortable in his will to receive. He receives an answer. In other words, the suffering that he had is kind of mitigated by the fact that he's stuffing himself with self-satisfaction. He says, then as the person begins to believe in divine providence and corrects his actions, he's ruthlessly thrown back. So as he progresses on the path, the response from above that a person feels is a complete rejection. That is a loss of faith. And this is a force happening towards the person who wants to be on the path. But this is the way that it's felt by the person. And he stops believing, and he commits evil deeds. And luck comes his way, and he feels peace, and money is gained by crooked ways. In other words, when he engages in his doubt, he looks around and he sees, yes, you know, the physical world and my own kind of well-being this is the way to go. This is where my satisfaction lies. And it seems to him that the people who aspire to the Creator are poor, sick, despised, uncivilized, stupid hypocrites. Why? Because in his kli, in his sensation, they're nuts. His experience has just told them there really isn't anything there. That's not reality. Those are dreams. Let's get real. And that those who do not seek the Creator seem to be prosperous, healthy, calm, clever, kind, amiable, and self-assured, right? He sees that the people who don't pursue this path that he was pursuing have a good life. He perceives them as happy. And there are the props of his reality. So this first level is called double concealment because there are multiple aspects of hiddenness of the Creator from the person, both whether or not the actions that are occurring in the person's life, the desire to meet with the Creator, and the fact that they're thrown back and cannot sense the Creator, whether the Creator is the author of that, because this person becomes confused and believes that the source of those problems are the people around him, himself, society, all of that stuff. And he also doesn't understand why that's happening. So the Creator is hidden to him within his sensation by two screens, in a sense, by two veils. And this is a period in which a person reincarnates. That is, everything that happens on the physical level, and all their development is an unconscious development, even though they're trying to get on the path. When a person moves through this and finally goes through these stages to a point where they begin to perceive something else, that is, the upper force draws them through this process, and through unconscious evolution and physical incarnations into an incarnation where they will now begin to work with a method that will allow them to actually enter spirituality and remove one of the veils. And Baal Salam describes this state, which is called single concealment, this way. The Creator is concealed. He manifests not as absolutely kind, but as one who brings suffering. In other words, the person is certain that the Creator is the author of everything that occurs in life. But the only thing that he can feel from the Creator in regards to his path is that he brings him a lack and what he calls suffering. So he doesn't understand the Creator's intention, though the reality of the Creator's sovereignty is clear to the person. The person seems to see the opposite side of the Creator since he only receives suffering from him. He nevertheless believes that everything that comes to him comes for a reason, and that the Creator treats him this way to punish him for his evil actions or to lead him to goodness. Thus he strengthens his faith in the Creator's supervision. So he doesn't know, is this coming to advance me, or is this coming to punish me because of my inadequacies, my sins, and this idea? This is where the confusion lies. He doesn't understand the attitude of the Creator in the things that occur. And the visceral description, how the person's reality is set up, is that this person is sick, he's poor, and he's despised by people, he's anxious, and nothing seems to be right in his life. He now sees that his situation is not as good as the people around him, that is, as he perceived people in double concealment. That he finds himself constantly lacking something. He doesn't relate to people in the same way. Nothing is working right because his primary desire to connect with the Creator is very confused. Now here, this is what you find when people have run out of satisfying the first 5 desires, which is what happens unconsciously in double concealment. That's when the point in the heart appears. And that's also the time when a person discovers Kabbalah. That is, they discover that there is a method of having a direct connection with the Creator and understanding Him. And so they become exposed to, it seems maybe just by happenstance, they turn on the television and they watch a program about Kabbalah and their point in the heart starts to pulse. Right? Or they go to a lecture, or they pick up a book in a bookstore, and they begin to get this information, that this is actually possible, and they begin learning a method. Now, this is called a period of preparation, because during this time, a person makes the kinds of inner changes that are conscious. They start developing, using both the map of reality, that is, the books, and the correct method, which comes from having a teacher who is in spirituality, a Kabbalist already in the spiritual world, who can give guidance to the person, say, no, a little bit to the left, a little to the right, this is the way to go, this is how to use the books. There is also another component, very, very important component, that a person must have in order to really make the method work. But I'll tell you about that later once you see what is in the rest of this map, because you'll see why this must be. So when a person actually completes this method of preparation and penetrates the barrier into the spiritual world, he enters a state called a state of corrections. This is when the person loses the confusion as to whether he has a direct sensation of the Creator or not, and begins to work in the correction of desires. That is, the 613, 620 desires, mitzvot, become corrected through a sensation of direct connection to the Creator, where a person begins to feel the results of their own attitude and the difference of their attitude towards the Creator in a reciprocal mode, and corrects desires 613, 620 until they come into alignment with the desire or the intention that the Creator has towards them. So here there is not that kind of not knowing and veiledness that exists in first and second concealment. Here in the double and single concealment, we have what we experience as free will. Right? It's free only in that we're confused and we act as though there was nothing there. Here, past the barrier, is where the real work in Kabbalah begins, after the preparation period of working directly with the sensation of the Creator in a relationship. So once the person has crossed the barrier and begins to work with the correction of desires, what he's really doing is he has finished the preparation and is beginning the work with the books in the correct way. That is, in a revealed way. And actually, this phase includes both the correction phase and the first revelation of the Creator, in which the providence of the Creator is revealed to the man himself. And Baal Salam describes this transition. Although in concealment, the person's faith in the Creator's rule over the world grows stronger. This leads him to the books, which he receives the light of correction from and an understanding of how to strengthen his faith in the Creator's rule. And when his effort to believe in the Creator's providence reaches sufficient measure, allowing the light of correction to influence him, he becomes ready for the Creator's rule over him in the state of revelation. The Creator reveals himself to all of his created beings as the good and kind one in accordance with their desires. In other words, the person begins to feel not what he felt as free will through his ego, but as a result of his desire to connect with the Creator, he feels one and the same thing as the intentions of the Creator. It is revealed to him, so that gap, which we call free will, is removed and experienced as a fulfillment, not as a challenge. And he describes it this way, what is viscerally in that. The person feels the Creator's goodness, peace, constant satisfaction, earns enough money without effort, knows no doubt or ailments. He's respected and successful. When he wishes for something, he prays, and it is immediately received from the Creator. The more good deeds he performs, the more successful he becomes, and vice versa. The less good he does, the less successful he becomes. What does he mean by this? Everything that he perceives is satisfaction to him. He no longer imagines that there is something outside of reality. He's not longing for something outside. It becomes revealed within him. And the person sees the providence of the Creator towards him, understands it both that he's the author of it, but also why everything occurred. What happens here is that a person is functioning above time and space, so that everything that has happened before this point becomes changed. He sees not only the future, as we like to think about people who can see beyond time and space. His corrections don't only move ahead into the future, but all of his past becomes corrected as well. That is, he understands everything that occurred in the unconscious level in double concealment, and even before that, the things that befell him, so to speak. All of those events that he felt as empty or bad, where he was mistreated by the Creator or by people, all of this disappears from him, and he understands precisely why this occurred towards him. And he can feel this in a direct relationship. When he's completed that, there is another stage, an even more refined and sublime stage of the second revelation of the Creator. That is, not only does he feel the Creator's providence over him, he feels it towards all creatures. He has exactly the same attitude, sees precisely what the Creator sees, wants what the Creator wants, feels what the Creator feels, and can see how this affects the totality of reality. And this is expressed as to love your friend as yourself. To love your friend as yourself. And by experiencing love your friend as yourself, that veil is removed and the person achieves love your Creator. Now, this is very important because this is the goal. And by seeing this, we can understand what a person needs here in the preparatory stage. Here, in order to reach this state, a person has to begin developing a method that deals with that state. The state of love your friend as yourself. The state in which everything is interconnected and functions just for the purpose of the fulfillment of the whole. Now, that's not possible just by reading books by yourself or taking direct instruction from a Kabbalist in spirituality. This is where a person makes the transition and creates a point of true free will by creating their environment. They need a group. They need to build an environment that will allow them to simulate this final state and to understand that the books and the teacher and the events of life need to be measured inside of what we call a game or a simulation. Kabbalists study together within a group with very, very defined goals. This is the goal: the adhesion with the Creator and love your friend as yourself. But if a person tries to achieve this kind of relationship with the Creator and all of life without having the correct environment, it's a completely moving target. Our egoism will always play tricks on us, because in relation to the Creator, how do we know really where we are with the Creator? How do we know what His responses are like to us when we're in this stage of concealment? If we want to go out of concealment, His real attitude towards us must be revealed. And so Kabbalists study together and work together in a group so that they can learn the control systems of what it is that they want to reach. It's just like when you train a pilot. You stick a pilot into a simulator. What's really in the simulator? It's a box. You know, there's a screen that that gives you pictures and represents every possible thing that could occur when you're flying a plane. Because when a guy is a new pilot, you're not going to put him into a 747 and go on, just try it out, see what happens. No, you're going to put him into a situation where specific events are going to happen, where he's going to learn what the controls are, how to think, how to respond. And even though he's just in a box with a bunch of electronic controls and pictures flashing in front of him, when he emerges from this, he actually knows how to respond in an emergency situation, how to land, someplace in Greece. He's never been there because he did it through a simulation. The group provides a point at which a person gets immediate feedback, because everybody who's working in the group is only studying in order to reach a specific goal. The worst thing that can happen to a person is that they get these things in their hands and then they don't understand what the actual goal is. Without being able to test yourself against something that really shows you where you are in relation to your love of your friend and in relation to the goal itself, that doesn't let you be distracted by other things, that is a perfect environment for the development of this one desire. The problem is that when a person comes to the work, they come with a very small desire for spirituality. They have a lot of physical desires and a small desire for the Creator. But when you group together a group of people whose desire is for the Creator, then that inspiration fills a person. They don't go out with only their own desire, they go out with the desires of all of them. And love your friend as yourself has great implications for both consciousness and its effect on the world. One reaches love of the Creator through the love of people, because we are one soul. So entering spirituality cannot be done as an individual, because the awareness of our interconnectedness is the entry to the spiritual world. And by working with all of these elements, the books, the correct Rav, the correct teacher, and the correct environment which we have the freedom to create for ourselves, it is by doing that that the Kabbalists can enter the spiritual world. Join us again as we go further and further on our journey. See you then. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. In this lesson, we're going to look at the 4 levels that exist in nature: the inanimate, vegetative, animate, and human. Now, we're familiar with these when we look at life on Earth through the 5 senses. But because reality is constructed in the form of root and branch, that is, because there's a causal level of force that's hidden from those senses, what we are able to see and sense is only the result of that force. So these 4 levels of existence we observe here are branches of 4 levels of this hidden upper force. We see them, but do we really understand anything about them? Let's take a look at them. In the physical world, these 4 parts of reality are distributed in terms of their quantity in a pyramid. At the bottom of this pyramid is the greatest quantity, and that's the still level. Now, what we're really measuring here, according to the Kabbalists, is not simply a conglomeration of matter, but a particular quality on the root level that manifests itself on the branch level in the way that we can sort of understand it. And the quality that we are looking at is the will to receive. This is the only thing that exists in the physical world, so everything that we see here is an expression of that. That's why on the still level, we have all the hard matter in the universe, all the rocks, all the planets, and so on. And they have the greatest number of things are in the still, because the still only has a tiny amount of will to receive, only this level here. It hardly has any will to receive. So therefore, it has very little will to change, ability to change, and it takes tremendous forces to get it to move in any way. Above that is the vegetative level. All of the organic plant matter. Now, this level of will to receive is so much greater than the still level, dimensionally greater, that a single plant, a single flower, incorporates more will to receive than all of the still level. And because it has this extra dimension of the desire to receive, it also has the ability to grow. It can make a determination between what's good for it and what's bad for it, and it grows in a very limited way towards the sun, and taking certain elements from the earth and so on. It's a simple form of life. Above that, we have the animate level. Now, the animate level has one animal, say a fly, has more will to receive than all of the still and vegetative levels combined. And because of that, it develops its own individuality. It seeks out its good, and it chooses between good and bad for its well-being on an individual basis. Above that, we have the human level. Now, this level incorporates more will to receive than all of the levels below it. They're all incorporated in it. And on this level, we have something called mind and heart. And these elements allow us to experience not like an animal that only sees the present, but to be able to use our mind and our heart to compensate for those things that are not present before us. And this grows our will to receive to a tremendous level. So here, this level actually incorporates all levels below it and affects all levels below it. So the inner life of the human level is really what makes for the conditions of everything else in the universe, because it's all really part of the human. When the human will to receive develops to its maximum, it reaches a level we call speaking, or what you could call a Kabbalist. Now, an entirely different order appears at this point. And these very same levels, 4 levels, are then experienced, or at least it's possible to experience them, in the spiritual realm. And here we see them laid out in a slightly different way, because we're not just dealing with the quantity of one quality, but with a comparison of quantity against quality. Here, the the still, animate, vegetative, and speaking go by different names. And you'll see them in scriptures. The still level is called palaces. The vegetative is called robes. The animate is called angels. And the speaking level is called souls. And they're made up of a ratio of two qualities: the will to receive and the will to bestow. In other words, once a person reaches this spiritual level, they go through a process by which the will to bestow becomes greater and greater and greater as the person ascends these levels. And then, of course, above all those, there is another level of pure bestowal, and that's called the Creator. Now, these are very mysterious terms that I'm sure you've seen in scriptures. Let's take the mystery out of them. Let's look at an article by Bala Salam that deals with exactly what this means. It is Shemati article number 115 from the book Shemati. And he describes it this way. Still. The still is something that does not have an authority of its own. Rather, it is under the authority of the landlord and must satisfy every wish and desire of its landlord. Now, remember, we are speaking here about the upper inner life. And we need to understand that the inanimate spiritual level has no freedom or power over itself, just as the physical level of still has no freedom. Because freedom and spiritual life begins with self-control. And a person who can't control his desires is regarded as spiritually inanimate. Now, a person who strives for the Creator will eventually come to a state where he clearly sees that he has no power over his nature. But this makes him ask the Creator for strength to control his egoism, and his egoism is really what constitutes his nature. He asks the upper force to give him power, but not just in order for him to do anything that he wants in this world. That's the way that the powerful people of this world act. They're very focused on one dominating desire, and all of their actions follow that desire. Because of that, that kind of a person becomes an even bigger egoist. All of his small desires only serve one overpowering selfish yearning, but the spiritual path is different. There, a man comes to a situation in which he wants to submit all of his desires to the Creator's will. And by doing that, he's actually expressing his free will. And at the same time, he's controlling his egoism. What he wants is for the Creator's qualities to rule over him. But the Creator already rules over him. He already governs him anyway. But still, the man aspires to achieve this state by his own free will. He himself wants to know, he wants to understand, and he wants to enjoy the Creator's power over him. And he wants to adapt all of his thoughts and all of his desires to that, the way that a horse adapts to a rider's commands. So in the inanimate state at the spiritual level, the person can't yet agree with all the actions that the Creator is going to perform with him. But he has reached a stage where he already feels the need in himself to fulfill all of the Master's desires. So, Bala Salam continues, hence, when the Creator created creation for His glory, it is written, every one that is called by my name and whom I have created for my glory. And it means that He created creation for His own needs. The nature of the landlord is imprinted in the creatures, meaning that all the creatures cannot work for another but for themselves. So, since the Creator created all creatures for His own sake, His nature is imprinted in them. And this means that each created being also does everything for its own sake. Everything that's been created is really meant only for a single purpose. And that purpose is to submit all of these little desires to the ultimate and the most satisfying one. That's why we see this scale of growing desire in the levels in creation. Man begins to feel and to understand this, and he now knows that the master's properties are totally different from his own, and that there's nothing he can do about it. So that is the still level. There's nothing he can do about it. But Bala Salam continues. The vegetative is that which already has its own authority to some extent. It can do something that is contrary to the opinion of the landlord, meaning that it can already do things not for itself, but to bestow. And this is already the opposite of what exists in the will of the landlord, which he had imprinted in the lower ones to work only with the will to receive for themselves. Yet, as we can see in corporal flora, even though they are mobile and they expand in width and length, still all the plants have a single property. In other words, there's not a single plant that can go against the method of all of the plants, but they must adhere to the rules of flora, and they're incapable of doing anything against the mind of their contemporaries. Thus, they have no life of their own, but they're parts of the life of all flora, meaning that all of the plants have a single form of life, and all of the plants are like a single creature, and the plants are specific organs of that creature. So all plants exist in the same way, as if they're all parts of the same plant. They start growing and they wither and they die at the same fixed time of the year, and everything's pre-programmed and nothing depends on what they do. They develop and grow regardless of their will. And Bala Salam says, similarly, in spirituality, there are people that have already acquired the force to overcome their will to receive to some degree, but are confined to the environment. They cannot do the opposite of the environment that they live in, yet they do the opposite of what their will to receive wants. This means that they already work with the will to bestow. So it's the same in the spiritual. Those who have too little power to overcome their will to receive completely are enslaved by their society. They can't understand its influence, and they can't work outside of it, but they're attempting to oppose their will to receive internally, meaning that they already are working with their desire to bestow, and these people are free inside, but they're completely dependent on their society, just like the vegetative level of plants are. The vegetative contains some manifestation of an independent desire. It can defy the master's will. And what he means by the master's will is the dictates of the will to receive, the domination of the ego. This kind of a person can work to a certain degree against what the ego tells them to do, because they've acquired a tool at this level, a screen, an inner force, and they now can work with desires. And the way that they work with the desires is that this person opposes the master's desire, which is his own nature, and that's the nature that the Creator gave him, his egoism. At this point, he already perceives that his nature does emanate directly from the Creator, but now he disagrees with his own inner quality, and he wants to influence it with an opposite attitude. So at the vegetative level, a person can already give instead of just doing things for their own sake. And this is what contradicts the will of the master. This will to receive was given to us at that point at which we were created. So on one hand, the Creator put desire into us, and He wants to fill us. And on the other hand, He wants us to acquire His property of bestowal. So really, both of these desires belong to the Creator. Even though we are immersed in egotistical desire. At the same time, we're included in the Creator's original desire. And conversely, when we eventually acquire altruistic desire, we will still remain inside the Creator's will. And that's because there is nothing but the Creator's will, His power over us. That's the meaning of there's none else besides Him. But a person can choose which power, which force he's going to submit to. I mean, which aspect of the Creator's desire is going to influence him. He can choose one of the two. So why don't we then feel these two desires equally? In higher reality, when we enter the spiritual world and we begin ascending, we ascend in the middle line, so that these two choices, whether to be under the power of egoism or under the power of altruism, at that point, they're perceived by us as equivalent. And this state is referred to as klipat noga, which is between bestowal and reception. Sometimes we belong to one, and sometimes we belong to the other. And that really is what man is like. So what he needs to do is to place himself in a neutral position between the properties of bestowal and reception. And when he reaches that state of neutrality, then he becomes free to make his own decisions. That's what we call freedom. Bala Salam continues, animate. We see that each animal has its own characteristic. They are not confined to the environment, but each of them has its own sensation and characteristic. They can certainly operate against the will of the landlord, meaning they can work in bestowal and are also not confined to the environment, but their own life. Their vitality does not depend on their friend's life. Each animate creature is special in its own way. It's not enslaved by the environment, and it has its own properties and its own feelings. In the physical world, we see that every animal can move freely and independently of the others, but they still submit to the laws that are common to their species. And so you see a lot of species breed and hibernate at the same fixed periods of time. So likewise, in the spiritual, each on the animate level has its own sensations and its own properties. He's not enslaved by society anymore. He has a greater degree of freedom to go against the master's will, against the will to receive, than the vegetative level. He can create his own environment. Now, he still somewhat needs his natural egoistic society, but he's not completely dependent on it. Yet, they cannot feel more than their own being. In other words, they have no sensation of the other, and naturally cannot care for the other. So, the animate level has a high degree of independence, but it lacks one very important thing. It only has the ability to sense itself. That's what it means by in the present. It doesn't feel others. And the highest states are the interconnected states. So he describes the speaking level. Speaking has virtues. 1, it acts against the will of the landlord. 2, it is not confined to its contemporaries like the vegetative, meaning it's independent from society. And 3, it also feels the other, and hence can care for them and complement them by feeling and regretting with the collective. It can also rejoice in the solace of the collective and receive from the past and from the future. Animals, however, only feel the present and only their own being. In other words, 1, he can completely defy the master's will. He can bestow rather than receive. 2, unlike plants, he doesn't depend on other people. In other words, he doesn't depend on his environment to fill him. 3, he feels others, so he can take care of them and satisfy their needs. And that's what bestowal is. He has the capability to do pretty much what the Creator does. And his relationship to his society is that of an adult. He can create a society, and within that society, he can act completely against the master and create a society which is purely altruistic. And as he begins to nullify his egoistic properties, he finds himself increasingly interconnected with the society by choice. And he discovers that there is a true equality between him and the whole. And this is the level of absolute love, when man becomes equal to the Creator. He can share the suffering of society, which means that he acquires their desires, their empty vessels. He also shares their joys, which means that now he can fill their needs with the light within himself, so that all of society will feel it. By doing this, man rises to the root of his soul, and he includes all other souls. And in the likeness of the collective soul, Adam, he corrects all of them. Now, the others don't feel this correction yet, but the person at this level corrects the part of him that's in all of them. And by attaching them to himself as the corrected part of himself, he can reach his individual final correction. And now he can receive both from the past and the future, whereas the animate level of spirituality can only feel itself in the present. Join us again. Hello again, and welcome to Kabbalah Revealed. I'm Tony Kosinec. What is Tikkun Olam? It literally means to correct the world, but what does that mean? Is the world broken, or is it only our perception and our approach to life that needs to be fixed? Many people all over the world can clearly see now that we're currently in a crisis of direction and purpose. And any clear sense of the future is all but gone. We feel that we're kind of in a creeping chaos, and that all human activities are coming to a kind of dead end. From science to social, religious, national relationships, right down to the core of the family, we see that we simply don't know how to deal with the events and the forces that are working on us right now. Our whole problem is really only a problem of perception, because we're built to do whatever is in our best interest. But we can't do this on a large scale because we can't perceive on a large scale. If we could clearly see the rules concerning the whole, we'd simply do them. So we're constantly grappling with this problem. How can we really help the world in this situation? We have thought of this idea of Tikkun Olam, correction of the world, as a social activism, giving and doing, and all of these sort of actions that we account as kindnesses to people. But we can clearly see that social activism is not producing the outcome that we had hoped. So perhaps the meaning of the correction of the world is something else entirely. Now, Bala Salam has an article called The Revelation of Godliness. And in this article, he deals precisely with what it is that Tikkun Olam is, what it will do, and how it can really affect the individual and the world as a whole. So let's take a look at it and see if we can discover what actions we really can take to help the world. He begins, "Love thy neighbor as thyself," Leviticus 19:18. Rabbi Akiva says this is a great rule in the Torah. This statement demands explanation because the word law, the word for law in Hebrew, also means whole, indicates a sum of details that when put together form the above whole. So this is why it's a matter of a problem of perception. There is a whole, and there is our perception of that whole. And the whole is hidden from us as though we were separated and as though this didn't exist at all. Now, all of this is really us. It really is all that we can discover, and there's no innovation here. There's nothing new added at any point in this development that we go through. The revelation of this is the revelation of what we are, which is the same thing as the whole. And this whole structure of reality, well, you can look at it a lot of different ways. I mean, you could look at it as though it were a system of worlds, and us sort of isolated from these spiritual upper worlds in a place called this world. So this is really this same idea inverted, right? It's just sort of upside down compared to what this is. This is what we need to be able to feel and to see in order to really know how to operate in such a way that what we call godliness or reality becomes revealed to us. So this wholeness is really peace, and this is the thing that the Torah wants to bring us to know. It's really only about how to reveal this Creator, this wholeness, this what we are, and to do it in such a way that it is a whole, that it is what you call shalom, or peace, that it works in such a way that this wholeness brings about the correct and good experience of existence. So he continues, it turns out that when he says about the mitzvah of love thy neighbor as thyself, that it is a great rule in the Torah, we must understand that all the other 612 mitzvot or precepts in the Torah, with all their interpretations, are no more or no less than the sum of the details inserted and contained in that single mitzvah of love your neighbor as yourself. So this article is telling us that the Bible is not a bunch of stories and rules. It's actually a manual that explains what we're building in our existence, how to build it, and after it's built, how do you operate it? It's the means of revealing all of the hidden details of reality in such a way that they work together in a harmony for a single good purpose. And the whole of the Bible and all of the books of Kabbalah are only about how to achieve love your neighbor as yourself for real, not just to act as if you do. Because when we just act as if we do, we really bring destruction to the world. And what we actually achieve when we achieve it for real, it's something very different. Something very real happens. He continues, before we delve into the heart of it, we must observe this precept carefully. As we are told, love thy neighbor as thyself. The word itself tells us that you must love your friend in the same measure that you love yourself, and in no manner less than that, meaning that you must constantly stay on guard to satisfy the needs of each and every one of the nation, just as you stand on guard to satisfy your own. So he's saying here that my feeling towards another has got to be identical to my feeling about myself. So this is clearly not about being a nice guy and a good citizen. You know, it's about a fundamental change of perception that would clearly reveal to a person that this is how he must act, right? And he continues, this is utterly impossible. For not many are the people who can satisfy their own needs during the daily work. So how can you tell them to work to satisfy the wishes of the entire nation? And we couldn't possibly think that the Torah exaggerates, for it warns us not to add or subtract to demonstrate that these words and laws were given with utter precision. And if this is still not enough for you, let me tell you that the simple explanation of that precept of loving your fellow man is even harsher. That we have to put the needs of our friends before our own, as our sages have written regarding the verse, because he is happy with thee. Regarding the Hebrew slave, when sometimes he has but one pillow, if he lays on it himself and he does not give this to his slave, well, when he's speaking here about a master and a slave, he's not talking about an owner and some poor soul who must work for him. He's talking about an inner aspect of a single person. If he lays on it himself and he doesn't give it to his slave, then he doesn't observe because he is happy with thee. For he lays on a pillow and the slave on the ground. And if he does not lie on it and he does not give it to the slave as well, this is the sodomite rule. The sodomite rule is the law of the city of Sodom, which is what's yours is yours and what's mine is mine. And if you can't have it, then I can't have it. And it gets worse than that. And you may notice that what's yours is yours and what's mine is mine is really the law of every nation in the world. It's how all societies are organized. And he continues, it turns out that against his will, he must give it to his slave, while the master himself lies on the ground. Now, I'm skipping around. I'm jumping to another paragraph. There is a verdict that if he sits on it and he does not give it to his friend, he breaks the commandment of love thy neighbor as thyself, because he does not satisfy the needs of his friend as he satisfies his own. And if he does not sit on it and also does not give it to his friend, it is as evil as sodomite rule. Therefore he must let his friend sit on it, and he should either stand or sit on the ground. It is understood that this is the law regarding all the needs that are at his disposal and his friend's lacks. And now go and see if this precept is in any way feasible. So this is not a law that in the first place can be kept by actions. Certainly the nature of people is completely against this. And we're not speaking about making the kind of change that comes from external actions. Right? We're really not talking about filling people physically, because we can't begin there. The reason we can't begin there is that every action that we do is wrong, even if it seems good, because our so-called good actions do damage when they're done for the wrong reason. In order for an action to have a good outcome, its point of creation has got to be good, right? It has to come from an intention, the correct intention, when it is created. It has to have that in its preparation. If it has that, if the intention comes from that point, and it's prepared in that way, and the intention matches the intention of the force that cares for everything, in other words, godliness, or the real force behind reality, then every action that we take will be good without exception. So it's about the intention behind our feeling about what another person is. And it's describing precisely the way that the law of nature functions. From this intention, we can see and interact with all of life in a global manner. And it's not an admonition, it's not telling us to act in a way that we could possibly accept it and do it externally. It's not supposed to be taken as a burden like, hey, mister, you better keep these rules. You can't. It's an inner direction as to how to remove all burdens and chaos from human experience. Okay, so before we can go any further, we really need to ask ourselves, this is a very fine and lofty idea, but when would a person ever really be required to do such a thing? right? Well, right now we're being required to do it. We are at a point in human development where we have been thrust into a situation that we don't know how to deal with. We are finding ourselves having to connect with everything all at once. Now, it's coming to us first in, say, technological forms, or the progression of economies, where we see a completely interconnected global economy. We can't really do anything in one corner of the globe that doesn't have tremendous impact every place else. Even our system of communicating with each other has become so intermeshed that it's starting to break down our ideas of what we are and what we possess. Everything that we have experienced over the last thousands of years has been only according to the development of one particular quality inside humanity. And that quality is just the development of egoism. Everything, our own corner, our own private property, our own nation, our own privacy. But this privacy, because of the tremendous growth of our desire to feel, to know, and to fulfill ourselves, has now come to a point where we're already in our next stage, except we don't know how to live there. You look at the internet. If you put anything on the internet, once you can digitize it and it's there, it belongs to everybody. So we're already there. But because we don't know how to live there, we're finding ourselves becoming enmeshed in a global war. We're finding that we rob from everybody in our global economies. We still have poverty and suffering everywhere. And the only difference in how we're dealing with it is that now we can turn on the TV and see everybody suffering in every corner. So we need to know how to live in this globalized state. And love your neighbor as yourself is the instruction as to how it's possible to turn this situation that's overtaking us into one that will actually bring us to completeness and wholeness. Let's look at the diagram again. So this pre-existing reality needs to be revealed. And this is why we say that love your neighbor as yourself is both the means of revealing reality and of keeping all of the commandments. All 613 commandments are really the details of love your neighbor as yourself, and this is how that is so. When we see ourselves in this reality and can only perceive a small part of ourselves, we see ourselves as separated here. This is me, the I. Now, every other person, all others, are these single viewing points in the collective soul that actually make up this whole, but see themselves as completely separated. Now, if this I starts to expand and to view the egoism, these separate needs of the others, as his own need, then what happens is that they actually become his, so that there is an expansion. And as a result of this expansion and inclusion of others, precisely as the self, this degree of the whole becomes revealed. And this happened, this larger degree of perception of the whole happened only because of the love of the other as the self. Once the vessels of the other are incorporated into the desire of the individual, then they become his. There's no difference between the I of the one person and the I of the many people. So what happens is, the more this individual perception expands outward, it begins to encompass every single point. So all of this pre-existing reality, this godliness, becomes a whole, simply as a result of going beyond the border, not only of what's mine is mine and what's yours is yours, but what's yours is yours and what's mine is yours. And this increases the expansion to the point where there is no consideration of this is just me, but that this becomes the whole reality. This is how we both love our friend as ourself, that is, keep all of the commandments, all of the details of the descriptions of how we should be treating others nicely, and actually attain a full grasp of reality. It's only through the love of others that the total of reality can be revealed. This law of the Torah, this instruction of how to actually achieve this expansion of identification with others as yourself, is the only means by which we are going to be able to live in this global situation. The global situation is nothing but this boundary that we don't see, that we already are completely interactive with all of these points. The only law that we need know in order to make the entire global system work, so that we are not exploiting each other, so that every action that we do comes from an impulse which is exactly the same impulse as the whole, is the love of the other as the self. Now, all religions and all philosophies and all people of goodwill say, love your neighbor as yourself. The only problem is that it's only a saying. There is no method of showing a person how to actually achieve this. That is the only thing that Kabbalah deals with. All of its apparent complexities boil down to this one method, which is the way in which to reach a sincere, complete, and whole desire to see the other as ourselves. This one commandment, so to speak, which is the command of the upper reality because it is its very nature, is the only thing that we need to do. And all we need is advice as to how this actually can be achieved. Love your friend as yourself is the door to the spiritual world, because through that love, it connects each little personal egoistic opening to reveal the true nature of reality. And what's more, it reveals it not as external, but as internal.